but eventually we'll get on YouTube. There it is. Sometimes you have to push the right button. So now we're on YouTube, so you can always comment there if you're watching on YouTube, and comment and subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. And, of course, the biggest Spurs media day in, I don't know, maybe forever. I forget who it was, because honestly, we're at the golf course. It was clever enough to be Mike Finger, but I think he was in the video. It might be Don Harris. I don't want to give credit to the wrong person, but it was a great tweet about the crowd at media day, and there's no Taylor Swift anywhere nearby. And in the new NFL rule book, sports media, you have to mention Taylor Swift because she's trying to sell you the world. But yeah, the crowd looked incredible for media day today with the San Antonio Spurs.
Well, I'm sure it was. And I heard a lot of the questions coming from French accents. So a lot of French media there for sure. Wemby, no doubt about it. But, Wemby talked to the media for about 20 minutes today. We're going to hear from him coming up a little bit later in the show. Greg Popovich as well. And it's interesting. I think the most interesting thing is everybody was calling for this guy to put on some weight. He says he's put on about 10 or 15 pounds.
10 or 15 pounds, which, look, welcome to San Antonio. You're fitting right in. You found some good breakfast taco places. Hopefully he's found some other good restaurants. We know he's made the rounds. He's been in a lot of very popular places, including the Roo Pub. He went over there. I don't know if he had a Wemby burger while he was there. And I know 10 or 15 pounds, I don't even know if you would notice that on Wemby.
No, I don't think you're going to notice it, but others will notice it. And I think, that's going to give him a little bit of a beef. And I'm sure a lot of that's not necessarily from eating food. They're probably, lifting a weight or two, trying to put some muscle on that guy.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is.
Because he's got a bang with some good players. I was on with Rob and Rudy for a segment, as you were this morning as well, and we were talking about that. And I know everybody's excited, and rightly so, but I can't wait to see this guy play against the best talent in the world, and that's in the NBA. And I want to see how he does. And Rob, he got fired up this morning, saying, don't give this guy any slack. The expectations are he comes in and he lights it up. Hey, we should have the same expectations as Tim Duncan, David Robinson, anybody else. And you know what? He makes a good point.
He does, although expectations for Wemby might be so impossible, right, to a degree, because expectation is championships. David didn't get titles until he got a Tim Duncan. Wemby, is there enough around him to help with titles? And right now, it looks like San Antonio wants to take a year to see what they really have in Wemby and then build around him after they see what kind of actual NBA player he is going to be. Lots of Spurs talk today, lots of NFL talk. How about those Dallas Cowboys? They get the win yesterday, a convincing win as they blow out the New England Patriots, yet the red zone is still a problem. We'll dive into that next on the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Niners at 6 p.m.
4th and goal, man in motion left to right, inside, a play action, bootleg to the left, Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown, and he's fired up.
Presented by A-Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Football season means grilling season, and Five Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks is your one stop for all your tailgating and home gating needs. With one of the best grilling sections, Five Oaks Ace Hardware has a huge selection of Traeger, Weber, Big Green Egg, and Blackstone, plus all your grill accessory needs with over 300 spices and rubs, over 20 brands of charcoal, wood chips, pellets, and everything you need for tailgating or home gating. Five Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks near Jones Maltzberger.
We love high school football and a team you can always count on. Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. Quartermoon is here to tackle the toughest challenges, from plumbing mishaps to AC troubles, with the same dedication and passion that drives the winning touchdown. Our playbook is simple: fair prices, expert service, and a commitment to local families. Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC, your winning solution for a comfortable home. Proudly serving our community with local hospitality. From the pit house to the outhouse to the schoolhouse, call Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC.
License number N16004, DACLA 0074345E.
Now's the time to head out to your nearest Ewald Kubota dealer and get a great deal on a brand new Kubota M-Series tractor during the Ewald Kubota Inventory Reduction Sale. Get a feature-loaded M5, 6, or 7 with powerful engine options. And with Kubota, you get comfort, quality, and value. So get a great deal on the Kubota M-Series during the Ewald Kubota End-of-Year Inventory Reduction Sale. From the Gulf of Mexico to the hill country of Texas for over 75 years, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Welcome to What If, the show where I, Jake from State Farm, answer your insurance what ifs. Today's caller is Gio. What's up?
Hey, Jake, what if I'm shopping for a new policy, but there are so many options that I freeze up and just can't choose?
It's okay. An agent can help you choose the right coverage. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Oh, now what if I need help deciding on dinner?
Tacos.
Good idea.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone.
So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99.
Get in zone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone.
So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99.
Get in zone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Accused of a crime? Our team of former prosecutors turned criminal defense attorneys can help you be a step ahead of your legal problems. The LaHood and Norton Law Group knows both sides of the criminal justice system. Our team is your best defense. Let us be your legal bodyguards. We can handle all criminal cases, state or federal. Call us to review your case at 210-797-7700.
Tuesday on R&R in the Morning, we're joined at 7:05 by Clarence Hill to talk about the Cowboys win over the Patriots and looking ahead to the 49ers. Also react to Monday Night Football, Seahawks versus the Giants, and Spurs Media Day. What were the sights and sounds? Now back to the Blitz. Jason and Joe with Ed Williams with the after party.
We are at the after party here at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location. The after party from our golf tournament, which is actually still going on at Olympia Hills, but you didn't have to play golf to come hang out with us at Slackers, try to win some of the great free stuff that our friends from Flight by Yingling have brought by here at Slackers. And look, great place to watch tonight's Monday night game. You have Seattle and the New York Giants in a game. If you're not near a TV, you can listen to it on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, presented by Flight by Yingling. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jay Simonix. Great day for the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. Look, CeeDee Lamb even finally got into the end zone. Thought that was going to be part of the rejoiner. It was written in there by our producer. Apparently not. But you look, CeeDee Lamb gets to the red zone. The funny thing is that, or into the end zone, but that doesn't count as a red zone touchdown because they were at the 20, which I thought it was 20 and in.
I thought it was 20 and in. Were they on the 20-yard line?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, CeeDee Lamb scored on a 20-yard touchdown pass from Dak Prescott. But apparently the geeks that keep track of red zone stuff say that doesn't count as a red zone score.
Well, let me tell you something, and this may come as a shock to you, Minix, but I even texted this out yesterday. That was a perfect pass by Dak Prescott. I mean, CeeDee didn't have to do anything. That ball was right there in the bucket. It was perfect. Great pass by Dak Prescott.
And Dak appreciates the compliment. You know, he's not a bad quarterback. The question is, he's a great regular season quarterback, and I think you can say great. Guys got to get it done in the playoffs. And this year, it seems like they've got to get it done inside the red zone. They got 2 defensive touchdowns yesterday. They win going away, but it's still a problem in the red zone. And Dak Prescott said afterwards, you know, when they figure out the red zone issues, they are going to be a dangerous football team.
To get better at, but we won 38-3, so I'm not going to sit here and harp on that. But that definitely gives us something to work on. Obviously, coming into this game, I talked about it about 2 weeks ago, even when we won the game, the last game here right against New York, that we could have been better in the red zone. So it's an area that we're going to continue to focus on. We're going to try to get better at it, and when we do, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, well, that's good. And, you know, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd have a Merry Christmas.
Here we go.
I mean, okay, yeah, when we figure it out, boy, we're going to be tough.
I mean,
well, when the hell are you going to figure it out?
I mean, it's the $1 million question, right?
Right.
And the reality is 1 of 4 inside the red zone. You know, they drive right down the field, settle for a field goal. Here we go again.
Yep.
At some point, it does get mental. He's right. If they can figure out the red zone, if they can get I think Mike McCarthy said last week with Rob and Rudy that at the end of the year, you want to be about 70% in the red zone.
Sure.
That's considered a really good number.
Uh-huh.
At this point, I'd take 50%. I mean, if they're 50%, you know, they're scoring almost 50, or, you know, certainly north of 40. But at the same time, it just kind of felt like they could have hung 50 on those guys. I mean, you know, basically Tony Pollard was MIA in the second half of that game. They didn't need him. Offensively, I'm surprised Dak stayed in the game as long as he did before we saw Cooper Rush. In fact, you know, we saw Bailey Zappi before we saw Cooper Rush.
Well, and Bailey Zappi, I mean, Belichick had no choice. Mac Jones was about as bad as bad can get. And I give Dallas Cowboys defense a lot of credit for that. But, I mean, some of the throws that guy made, especially the Deron Bland pick six, was just an awful throw, awful decision, just terrible.
It's, you know, you're right. And every quarterback knows you don't make those throws. And as bad as that throw was, though, I want to give it because watching the replay, it almost was like he baited Mac Jones into making that throw. He knew his closing speed. He was playing so soft. And I think part of it, too, was, he ain't going to throw it over here. But the break that Bland made on that ball, now, granted, he had all day to do it. But it was one of those where, he looked open. I mean, you go back and when you saw the replay, I could see where Mac Jones was like, oh, well, that guy's wide open. I can sling it out over there. I trust my arm strength. and Deron Bland was able to get an easy pick. Deron probably should have had 3. I mean, he had a spectacular game yesterday. Mac Jones, we've seen him play at times far better than what we saw yesterday.
Oh, he was awful yesterday.
He was awful yesterday, but don't you credit some of that to what the Cowboys were doing on the defensive side? Because he looked confused.
I credit some of that, and I think he was on that. And I'm not taking anything away from Deron Bland. I think the guy's he's a good cornerback. And he's one that, I know the boys this morning on R&R in the morning were bringing up the fact that, maybe they made a mistake by paying Trayvon Diggs. And I'm not going to go that far either. But I can see a scenario next season where you got Diggs on one side and Bland on the other. Look, Stephon Gilmore, and maybe credit to him, I mean, he's been pretty quiet. Yeah. So I think they're throwing the other way. But that pass on that pick six, and whether he baited him or not, I don't know. But it was just a horrible decision. You don't ever make that pass. I don't care if the guy looks like there's nobody within 10 yards of him. You just don't make that pass.
Again, I think the kid just looked confused. He looked really good on that opening drive.
Yeah.
And after that, Dan Quinn's defense, some of the stuff they were doing, it's not like they got to him a lot, but they put a lot of pressure on him, and he never looked comfortable. Again, you look at what Mike McCarthy's football team yesterday, and they should get credit after the week they went through to come out, not only get a bounce-back win, a convincing bounce-back win, but when you hand Bill Belichick the worst loss of his career, that's saying something, because even though Belichick is not the same without a Tom Brady, and that Patriots team isn't the same, the Cowboys were only favored by 6.5. And nobody expected a blowout because that just doesn't happen to Bill Belichick coach teams. Most people talking about that game going in talked about how they won't beat themselves defensively. They're going to be stout, and it's probably going to be a low-scoring game. And Dallas, all 3 phases were there. They did things that Bill Belichick does. The fake extra point for 2. I mean, it was a master class put on by the Cowboys coaching staff.
It was a good win for the Cowboys, no doubt. But look, Jace, let's face it, and not to take anything away, New England had played everybody pretty solid and stayed pretty close, but the season begins now.
It does.
The season begins right now with the San Francisco 49ers and the brutal schedule now that's coming up for the Cowboys. That's when we're going to see what this Cowboys football team is made of.
And you really look at a guy like Dak Prescott, who isn't going with the 24-hour rule. Maybe he was planning on the 24-hour rule. In fact, after the game, we find out that he's got a new girlfriend. And if you see her photos on Instagram and all the different sites that are pointing you to her social media, congrats to Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
You hope that you enjoyed last night. But I think Todd Archer from ESPN got Dak off the New England win pretty quick and on to San Francisco almost immediately.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Lost drive, you guys.
Every day. Every day. Every day, Todd. Every day.
I mean, you asked a question about San Francisco and the loss last year.
It was a dumb question. Of course, who cares? It happened last year. What difference does it make? Are you still pissed off? To me, that was a dumb question. And I like Todd Archer. But it was a dumb question. And look, and the Cowboys, for them, this is a huge football game. I know it's just week 5. I know there's a lot to go, but they've got to try and figure out a way to get past the San Francisco 49ers. And if they don't, I think it rides in their head and will continue that way. And they're going to meet San Francisco again in the playoffs. And if they've already lost 3 in a row to these guys and can't figure them out, it's in trouble. This game is huge for the Dallas Cowboys coming up.
It really is, and we got a good week to talk about it. What I found interesting yesterday, with that new YouTube thing that I signed up for, having 4 games going at once on one TV and a couple other games on the other TV, hearing how teams are talked about when things aren't going well, and it's just so different, their storylines versus when the Cowboys have things that aren't going well. Let's dive into that. We'll go around the NFL. What happened to Miami? Next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. If you need T-shirts screen printed, go see Sam. If you need caps done, Sam has over 12,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112 style trucker caps. You need your logo on a nice golf shirt, a fishing shirt, any kind of shirt, Sam will get you taken care of. He has over 700 uniform lines to choose from, all kinds of industries. And, of course, Sam has all the big-name brands. North Face, Eddie Bauer, Nike, Travis Matthew, Port Authority, to name a few. And nobody has better prices. No order too big, certainly no order too small. Call Sammy's Embroidery and Printing, 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom down on San Pedro, 1 mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com, for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
It's R&R in the morning.
On R&R in the morning, we're joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram Clarence Hill to talk about the Patriots win and look ahead to the San Francisco game.
The media day went off. The Spurs talked. We listened to all the sounds as the Spurs begin the Wemby era. Plenty of Monday Night Football talk, too. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Here's something you've never heard before.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Introducing 24/7 lifeguard protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
Have you or a family member been arrested? The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, can help regardless of the legal battle you are facing, personal injury or criminal defense. Attorney Jesse Hernandez and his team are ready to fight for you. Calls are answered 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Call 210-807-8656 or visit jessehernandezlaw.com. That's 210-807-8656 or jessehernandezlaw.com. The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith.
Hall of Famer and all-time leading rusher with exciting news.
Football legend Emmitt Smith talking about all new regenerative treatments for joint pain from the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
But did you know that you can encourage your body to actually heal itself with the help of QC Kinetics?
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies that are natural, restorative, and long-lasting.
The body is an amazing thing. Trust me. I put mine through a lot.
Exciting new relief is here for pain from arthritis, knee pain, lower back pain, pain in your hips and shoulders.
I'm that guy. When you Google shoulder pain, my face pops up.
But you don't have to be sidelined by pain anymore. Call QC Kinetics to learn more about biologic therapies.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love. There's a new natural solution that patients are raving about.
QC Kinetics.
Let QC Kinetics help you improve your quality of life.
Call for your free consultation today. 210-571-0318. Don't wait. 210-571-0318. QC Kinetics. 571-0318.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get here for happy hour, weekdays from 2 till 7 and again late night for $1 off liquor, wine, and drafts, plus shareable apps starting at $2.
It's Raymond and Austin. We're back on All-Star Sports Radio, celebrating their 30th year. Our sportsbook and casino sponsor, BetUS.com, is offering a 125% sign-up bonus plus up to 30 risk-free bets.
It's called Bet Protect, the perfect offer for crazy plays, like the famous butt fumble. It's the GOAT of embarrassing plays.
Really, remember when you bet me you could do a live show with a GOAT as your co-host, and he face-kicked you?
Thankfully, I didn't take the under on that one.
Anyway, folks, get Bet Protect today, the industry's biggest 125% sign-up bonus plus up to 30 risk-free bets. BetUS.com, where the game begins.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
It's the Mike McCarthy Show every Friday morning at 7 and 9 with R&R in the morning.
I'm all about winning. So when it has to do with winning, then it's part of our operation, our messaging, and our outlook.
A look at the Cowboys' upcoming game presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Good.
Sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He is Joe Reinagle. I'm Jay Simonix. We are at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location right off of 281. Here until 6:30, leading you up to Monday Night Football, which you can listen to here on 94.1 Giants Seahawks, presented by Flight by Yingling. And I tell you what, our friends from Flight by Yingling are with us here at Slackers. They've got some great prizes. While it's billed as our golf tournament after party, we realize our golf tournament is still going on. They're still on the course, but you can still come and party with us at Slackers, even if you didn't play golf. You'll probably smell better too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You'll smell better than you and I do, that's for sure, and Greg Shelton too, for that matter. But yeah, you need to come by and register to win some of these great prizes by from Flight by Yingling. A lot of good stuff over there. So yeah, come by and hang out with us. It's our after party. We're at the Thousand Oaks location, and going to be fun.
Before we get into the rest of the NFL day from yesterday, Martin has dialed up 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Martin apparently disagrees with you, Joe, that Tart Archer had every right to ask that question, Dak Prescott, the question about how he was feeling last year after the loss to San Francisco. Martin, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
Hey, man, you're getting paid $240 million a year. You're the quarterback for the Cowboys. You take it like a man. It was an honest question. If you can't take it, then head out. Let's give Trey Lance a chance.
Shut up, Martin. I thought this was going to be a good call. Here's
good call, Martin.
Here's the thing. I think Dak handled it right. I loved the answer. I loved the non-cliche answer. And you get this a lot. So a little behind the curtain with the media, and you know this, although Dak will talk middle of the week at some point. Dak talks every week. A lot of times people get upset with the media for asking things in a press conference. I mean, there's nothing more difficult to ask, say, a Greg Popovich. Your season just ended. You lost in the playoffs. Are you coming back next year? You ain't giving it any thought. But, you realize the amount of stories and the amount of content that is created by, say, a Todd Archer throughout the week. He's, talking about New England, starting today, starting tomorrow, at least by tomorrow, he's probably going to have 3, 4, 8 different things at ESPN.com about the San Francisco game. So, when he talks to Dak next, or Dak is made available in the next media availability, that was probably a question that he was working on, not for Sunday night postgame Patriots, but for some Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday piece about what will be the game of the week in the NFL next week.
Well, there's no question about that. Why I don't like the question, and I see where you're coming from, and perhaps that's the case. I don't know. But, I mean, Dak's not pissed off about that San Francisco playoff loss.
Yeah, I think
No, he's not. Maybe he should be embarrassed by the way he played. I'd be embarrassed.
Well, wouldn't that piss you off?
Well, what would piss you? Then he needs to be pissed off at himself.
Well,
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Is.
That happened, 6 months ago? 7 months ago? No, even longer than that now, right?
Until, math is hard, but until they get on the field and beat San Francisco, you feel like, that one probably still pisses you off. I mean, I think these guys spend more time on losses, being angry at a loss, than celebrating a win or a big game. And most pro athletes are that way. They remember the losses more than they remember the victories.
I'm just here's what I'm tired of, and Dak is a king at it, saying all the right things. And if we just get better at this, we're going to be we're going to be great. Well, that's fine. Just go get better at it then. Just do better. Hey, if you're pissed off, I tell you what. Why don't you just shut up and go beat San Francisco?
I love it.
I mean, just go do it.
And that's what he has to do. I loved the answer that he gave Todd Archer. I don't think he was.
He's not pissed off.
And Todd, you know what? You're right. I'm not even going to go enjoy the dinner I planned for tonight, the 24-hour rule, because I like the fact that Rob and Rudy asked me this morning when I was on with them, would it have been better for the Cowboys this week to go into the San Francisco game after a loss than after a win? Because we're going to hear again another week of, this defense, could they be historically great? Fix the red zone issues and they're going to be dangerous, versus we know what they are. And there's plenty of history, especially under Mike McCarthy. They don't lose back-to-back games, and following a loss, they destroy their next opponent. I mean, that's fact. Just go look at how often they lose. And granted, Mike McCarthy is 12-5 the last couple of years. When they lose, they come back the next week, and they look like a completely different team.
Well, I mean, is that what it takes? No. I mean, these guys, look, they're going to be fired up for this game. San Francisco is going to be fired up for this game. The fact that it is in San Francisco is huge for the 49ers. Yep. I don't think there's any question about that. And it's going to be an uphill battle for the Cowboys to get it done. Because you could sit here and compare those two defenses, and I don't know. To me, San Francisco is the best team in the NFL right now.
They are.
Bar none. They are the best team. Then you can go from there, and I'm talking both sides, both AFC and NFC. So until somebody puts a ding in their armor, and the Cardinals, they put up a good fight, but at the end they got destroyed.
It's funny because, I got that new YouTube deal, so I'm watching 4 games at once. And what you realize is how many commercials are in a game. Because when you've got 4 screens up and they're all in commercial, you're pissed.
Yeah.
But you're also just changing the audio going through left box, right box, bottom, whatever. And then I've got a second TV in the living room that generally I'm running red zone in another game. I'm loving the YouTube setup, right? What I found interesting is the narrative when you're going from game to game. Tony Romo yesterday, and I know most of you watch Buffalo, Miami. Well, one game doesn't define Miami. They're going to be fine after this. You jump around and you see, other games where, the Eagles struggling with Washington. They're going to be just fine as soon as they hit their stride. Undefeated, but not overly impressive yet. But, good teams, find a way to win. You hear what they're saying about Baltimore. Cleveland, well, they didn't have Deshaun Watson today. It's just comical because when the Dallas Cowboys are getting beat, Chicken Little, the sky is falling. And the same thing in that San Francisco game. Cardinals, boy, this is a tough group, man. They're scrappy. They're giving San Francisco everything they can handle, and that was true. But San Francisco got 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns, and they win the game 35-16.
That's what they win going away, and that's exactly what they did. I think it's time, and I'm not saying this just because of San Francisco. The Cardinals are a solid team. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Better than what we thought.
Every game they've played this year, they've been right there and in it. And I think that was the worst loss of the year for them, score-wise. But you're right, they hung in there, and the 49ers pull away late. When you look at the 49ers, and I know it's going to be an all-week talking point for everything, that where is there a weakness in that 49ers football team? I don't see it. Christian McCaffrey was a monster yesterday.
He was, and Debo is on a milk carton so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, my fantasy team reflects that. In another league, I got Brandon Ayuk, who looks like the number 2 option, but they go as CMC goes. You talk about a great landing spot, but we're a month into the season. We got 4 games in, and there are only 2 4-0 teams. You've got the Eagles, and you've got the San Francisco 49ers, and they look like 2 very different 4-0 type football teams.
Yeah.
But I think everybody thinks the Eagles ultimately will be fine. Buffalo is 3-1, still trying to figure out how they lost their opener to the New York Jets because they just flat out took it to Miami yesterday. The Dolphins, who scored 70 last week, they played great early, but when things started to go south, the Buffalo Bills just did whatever they wanted to the Miami Dolphins.
Well, and the Buffalo Bills are going to go as Josh Allen goes. You asked how they lost that game to the Jets. Josh Allen stunk up the place. He has played great football since that. And he's taking care of the ball, and he's not turning it over. And obviously that's a knock on Josh Allen. But the Buffalo Bills look good. I love how we overreact, and that's what we do, obviously, from week to week in the NFL. Miami, they hung 70 on Denver. We saw how good Denver is. I mean, they had to rally back to beat the Bears yesterday in the trash bowl.
Well, and that's it. I mean, for 3 quarters, the Bears look like a football team. All right? The Bears, they were up 28-7 and lose.
Yeah.
They lose to the Denver Broncos 31-28 in one of the more bizarre games. I mean, that was hysterically funny how they ended up losing that game. What an embarrassment.
It really is. And then I just can't wait for Thursday night. Well, Chicago at Washington.
Yeah, who decided that was a good idea?
I have no idea. I'm sure Al Michaels is going to call in sick.
Dude, I mean, you think about the games yesterday, and you talk about Washington. I thought Washington probably should have beaten Philadelphia.
Played a good game yesterday.
They played a very good football game. So did the New York Jets last night.
Yep.
Give credit where credit is due. Zach Wilson is getting the Dak Prescott treatment. At least we know Dak is mentally strong and can deal with it. Zach is dealing with that in the New York media market. Aaron Rodgers is hurt. Taylor Swift is in the building. I don't know if you were watching last night, but she actually was there.
So was Aaron Rodgers, too, because we saw a lot of shots of him.
Yeah. Nothing like the owner giving you a suite to sit by yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, but you look at that game, San Francisco, Kansas City jumps out to a 7-0 lead, and I thought, boy, this is getting ugly in a hurry. Credit the Jets for coming back.
Credit the Jets, and you could see the difference in the offensive game plan for the New York Jets. They've simplified some things, made some things quicker for Zach Wilson. And look, I thought he played well. I really do. And then he had that fumble, and it kind of throws everything else away, and it cost him the game, or led to it costing them the game.
It cost them the game.
Boy, you talk about, you think Dak has it rough, and he does. He does. But that New York media is brutal. Well, I mean, everybody. You got guys on TV trying to get other guys to talk bad about him. I mean, it's bad.
Well, I mean, how bad is it? on the pregame show, Rodney Harris said he was missing guys in 7-on-7 pregame. When there's no offensive line and there's no defense, you're throwing against air and you're missing them? But he played well. Give credit where credit is due. And Patrick Mahomes did not play
not at all
like Patrick Mahomes with some really dumb interceptions that most quarterbacks would get killed for making some of the throws that we saw Patrick Mahomes make last night, some of the mistakes. And then, of course, there are a lot of people that would like to hurt him after he took the slide down at the 1 yard line because, not a cover. Right football play to make. It was the right football play to make. But those that have them on a fantasy team and those that might have had Kansas City in the 8.5, they needed that touchdown. They needed that touchdown. That was an expensive slide for some.
Well, all of that I've got to say, I was very happy that he slid. And you can take that wherever you want. Well, it worked out great for me. But so I was happy about it. Here's the difference in a Patrick Mahomes. Had a bad game. But when the chips were on the table, Patrick Mahomes put that Kansas City team on his back
and ran
and carried them. Yes.
Yeah.
He carried them. Not many quarterbacks can do what Patrick Mahomes did for the Kansas City Chiefs last night.
And not often that I bitch about officiating.
Oh, my gosh.
But the officiating last night in that game, especially late. Robert Saleh deserves a lot of credit for control because I thought we might see an assault. I really thought that he was going to blow the gasket and actually hurt somebody, hurt that official, because that was just a bad call.
It was a bad call. It was against Sauce Gardner. It gets called for defensive holding, and you talk about the fumble. Okay, that cost him the game. That play right there, if that's not made, Kansas City has got to kick the football, and the Jets get it back. And it's just, they were just hand fighting, and it was a horrible football. It was a horrible call.
Yeah, and I know there were some penalties that took away some big plays for Kansas City. They all even out. But in a situation like that, you can't make that call. That was bad. That was bad in a lot of ways. Now, the other part of the game last night, if you were watching, that Taylor Swift lady was there.
Who's that?
Apparently, she's a singer.
Singer, yeah.
She's moving a lot of product. In our group chat amongst all the guys that you listen to, Rudy and Rob.
Right.
Rudy had put in there over-under on shots of Taylor Swift. I said 7.5. He thought 15. And then Rudy wanted to create a drinking game. And I don't know if Rudy was drinking alone or not, but I didn't want to partake in any kind of drinking game and of shots of Taylor Swift. Apparently, ESPN's Jeff Darlington was on a flight and was there for the festivities because apparently on this flight, some guy decided that they were going to take shots on a flight every time there was a Taylor Swift showing on the NBC broadcast. Now, first off, the expense of that on a flight is one thing. Because, even though you can take the little bottles on the plane, they frown upon you drinking said bottles that you brought on the plane. Apparently, the guy took so many shots he puked mid-flight.
Well, I mean, at least he didn't have diarrhea. There's a difference. I don't know what's worse, diarrhea or puke
on a plane. I don't understand where you're going with that. The guy got so hammered on a plane they had to delay it because he's throwing up from all the shots.
Well, you remember the guy that had the diarrhea.
Right.
That's what I'm going with.
Well, yeah, that was explosive and left his pants.
Exactly.
That's a whole nother story.
Well, this was explosive and left his mouth.
Yeah, but I mean, all right, I'm with you there. Kind of. Clearly right over your head as far as there were so many pictures and shots of Taylor Swift. And the best one was where Brittany Mahomes looked so disgusted that Taylor was getting all the attention. And I wonder if Taylor said, would your husband quit throwing interceptions?
Yeah.
I wonder if there was, I wonder if there's any wife rivalry here. You remember when, Giselle famously said, my husband can't throw it and catch it, right? I wonder if Taylor is at that level of her fandom and boyfriendness with Travis. That I
don't know. When you think of Taylor Swift, a diehard Kansas City fan,
I think she is now.
I don't know.
Apparently, she only has one Chiefs shirt, and she wore that last week because last night
Kelsey needs to get her something.
She was wearing a nice pair of jorts and a black top.
Kelsey needs to get her something. He needs to get her some swag,
some new gear.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure she could get whatever she wants.
Well, I'm sure she could, but
she only has one shirt because she wore it last week, and she's not going to wear the same shirt twice.
Well, it's just
she's Taylor Swift.
Look, I was sick of it last week. I'm damn sure sick of it here, and then I got to listen to Chris Collinsworth last night. It got old, and I feel bad for Zach Wilson too. But Chris Collinsworth was so far up this kid's behind that it was just I wanted to puke. It was horrible.
From Collinsworth, not Taylor.
Well,
I mean, when Mike Tirico,
all of the above.
But Mike Tirico, I don't know what they had planned last night. When Mike Tirico, apologized for Taylor because a football game broke out. I think they realized we might have ourselves a bad game. Lots of shots of Taylor, and I gotta believe it was orchestrated that there's a cutaway shot of Taylor Swift in the suite, and the first commercial is a Taylor Swift commercial, followed by a soup commercial with Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
I mean, those two are trying to take over the world. And the best meme I saw last night was a picture of Travis Kelce looking up at the suite like, hi, and then Zach Wilson looking up for Donna Kelce. Hi.
Now, see, that's funny. Although, I don't know.
Stop.
I mean, she fits the MILF thing, but not sure.
I don't know how picky the kid is.
Well,
stop.
I mean,
be nice. That's somebody's mother.
It is.
It is the Blitz live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar. Well, she's too young for you.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Thousand Oaks location here for Slackers, our golf tournament after party.
Hey, have you been accused of a crime or you think you might be? Look, if you think you are or you think you might be, you need a great team to protect your innocence, and that's the LaHood Norton Law Group. They're made up of former prosecutors turned criminal defense attorneys, and they can help you stay a step ahead of your legal program. In fact, they know both sides of the criminal justice system. They handle all criminal cases, state or federal. And I've known Nico LaHood for a number of years, a long time. And if you're in trouble, you need an attorney, you need Nico and the LaHood Norton Law Group on your side. They are tough, they're aggressive, they're trusting, they're fearless. I guarantee you they will take care of you if you are in trouble. If you need legal help, you need the LaHood Norton Law Group on your side. In fact, the team at the LaHood Norton Law Group is your best defense. They can be your legal bodyguards. Give them a call for a free consultation, 210-797-7700. That's 210-797-7700. Look, the sooner you make the call after you've been accused, the better. Call them. 210-797-7700 or online at lahoodnorton.com.
Texas A&M football is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Saturday at 1:30 p.m. It's the Aggies and Bama in an SEC battle. Presented by Ewald Kubota, Just Pots, ABC Home and Commercial Services, The Angry Elephant, Airtron Heating and Air Conditioning, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and friction and reduce wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99. Limit supply. See store for details. Get Syntec only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With fall appliance savings at the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking. With new Samsung refrigerators with extra large capacities, or dishwashers with space-saving solutions that can fit so much you won't need the kitchen sink. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online, your savings are just a click away. Get up to $2,000 off select kitchen bundles. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Pricing valid September 28th through October 18th. Gas range extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
We love high school football and a team you can always count on. Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. Quartermoon is here to tackle the toughest challenges, from plumbing mishaps to AC troubles, with the same dedication and passion that drives the winning touchdown. Our playbook is simple: fair prices, expert service, and a commitment to local families. Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC, your winning solution for a comfortable home. Proudly serving our community with local hospitality. From the pit house to the outhouse to the schoolhouse, call Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC.
License number M16004, ACLA 0007435D.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson for Tri-County Meat Market, your locally owned full-service meat market. Tri-County has two great locations, Hebner Road and Ralph Fair, stocked full of everything you need to up your grilling game. You're looking for the perfect cut of beef, they've got it, and if they don't have it, they'll cut it for you. Roast chicken, prepare foods, they've got it. The 5 for $25 is always in play. If you're a first responder, 10% off the best meat you're going to find. Tri-County Meat Market. Head over to either location, put some good meat on the grill, and thank me later.
It's the Hendon Mob Series. It's the Fall Classic Series. 11 different events, September 25th through October 22nd. You know I'm only talking about one place. You know I'm talking about SA Card House, the premier card house in San Antonio. And their Fall Classic Series is going to be a doozy. We're talking about big-time, no-limit hold'em tournaments. Also, they're going to keep the free roll in there for the little guys like myself. But we're talking about 1,000 guaranteed, 15,000 guaranteed, 50 and all the way up to 200,000. SACardhouse.com. Check it all out yourself. It is the premier card house. And when you're playing this much poker, you know you're going to have to get over to Foster's Bar and Grill, get you a little something to eat, get you a little something to drink to kind of refuel yourself. Check it out at SACardhouse.com. The Hendon Mob Series is the Fall Classic Series at the premier card house in San Antonio. SACardhouse.com. SACardhouse.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-970-3199. That's 800-970-3199. 800-970-3199.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you or a family member been arrested? The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, can help regardless of the legal battle you are facing, personal injury or criminal defense. Attorney Jesse Hernandez and his team are ready to fight for you. Calls are answered 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Call 210-807-8656 or visit JesseHernandezLaw.com. That's 210-807-8656 or JesseHernandezLaw.com. The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla.
Your home for the Blitz, 2 to 6 on YouTube, SASportsStar.com. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville, San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is media day across the NBA, including for your San Antonio Spurs. And, well, of course, it's all centered around Victor Wembanyama. He spoke with the media today and says he's actually put on some weight.
Ever since I've been in San Antonio, I've gained 10, 15 pounds.
That's a good thing. Texas Rangers, they kick off the playoffs tomorrow at Tampa. It's a best of three, first two in Tampa.
Ever find yourself in a department store with a question, but you can't find anyone who actually works there, so you just wander? That's what it feels like when you call most banks. But at Frost, we have live customer service 24/7, so you can speak to a real human right when you call, every time you call. No phone tree, no bots, just help from a real human when you need it. It's about being there for you. It's about more than money. Frost Bank.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix on this Monday afternoon after the Cowboys beat the holy crap out of the New England Patriots yesterday. He's Joe. I'm Jason. We're live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location, 281 in Thousand Oaks, here till 6:30 for our golf tournament after party. The great thing is, if you didn't play golf, that's okay. Come and hang out with us here at Slackers. Our friends from Flight by Yingling are here. They've got a lot of great prizes. And again, doesn't matter if you played golf or not. If you're at the golf tournament, I'm told probably 2 or 3 holes left for most, so I imagine those types will be rolling in the next hour or so.
They will, but you can come in here and beat the rush if you didn't get a chance to play in the golf tournament. Look, this place is going to turn into a party, not to mention the fact that we might have a pretty good Monday night football game here with between Seattle and the New York Giants. So lots to do. This is a place to be. Come out and join us. But I'll tell you what, that Flight by Yingling stuff over there is good stuff.
Got some coolers, got some great beach chairs, a lot of other great prizes, specials here out at Slacker. So come hang out with us. It's a Monday. You're feeling good after the Cowboys got the win yesterday. If you're a Houston Texans fan, I know you're feeling good. Let's talk about it in the Headline Blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
You know, I didn't want to include the Texans in our around the NFL because I figure they deserve their own after they beat that team with ugly yellow pants yesterday and beat them soundly.
They really did. That defense is looking really good for the Houston Texans. In fact, I got to be completely transparent with you, Jason. I went on my fantasy football team. I wanted another defense. I was going to pick Pittsburgh. Easy for me to say. I made a mistake and picked Houston, and I'm like, geez, I'll live with it. It was the greatest decision ever.
Well, because those of us that might have Pittsburgh in one of their leagues got -1.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you made the right decision. And look, yeah, you're right. The Texans defense is playing great football. And I'm not taking anything away from what they did, but Pittsburgh's offense is awful right now.
It's bad.
But at the same time, C.J. Stroud is the best quarterback in the draft. I watched a lot of the Colts game, and Richardson's good, but I think C.J. Stroud, when he figures out the NFL, he's going to be one of those guys. That was a great pick by the Texans. Their run game was fantastic. And a day that J.J. Watt goes into the Ring of Honor, a day when watching it on TV, I know it's been a long time since Houston had a sellout crowd, and that's certainly understandable because most people don't want to spend a lot of money to watch paint dry. This Texans team isn't that. This Texans team is exciting, and they're only going to get better. And there were a lot of Pittsburgh Steelers fans there with their towels, and I know they're not happy with the way things went yesterday, but credit Houston, credit C.J. Stroud. Kid is a stud.
He is a stud, and I don't want to hear anybody complaining about not having offensive linemen or having them hurt. The Houston Texans have won 2 games with their offensive line decimated. I know they got some guys back yesterday, but still, let's give this team some credit. C.J. Stroud, Houston got lucky. You know, they win that game against Indianapolis, fall to number 2. And C.J. is turning out to be the best pick in that rookie class thus far, without question, and it's not even close.
And whatever they're doing offensively, and we'll talk about it throughout the week. I know when Indy Kalu joins us tomorrow on the Blitz, he seems to be making the right decisions, but the plays that they're calling seem almost like what the Jets did last night. It looks like the Jets just simplified their game plan. But CJ, every week, is playing better and better. You don't see, and this is what you hear all the time from coaches, don't make the same mistake twice. And you're not seeing that from C.J. Stroud. You see a mistake here, you don't see it again. His ability to correct, his reads, his throws. But yesterday was about that run game. And the Pittsburgh Steelers just being god-awful offensively. I mean, they really are. But that you can't take away from what Houston did. Down.
It was a beatdown, and I really thought the Pittsburgh pass rush would be a factor in that game, and it wasn't.
No.
And not at all. And again, the C.J. Stroud throws for over 300 yards again yesterday, a couple of touchdowns, no turnovers. I mean, he's just playing well, and I think this game is already starting to slow down for him. And, I mean, he's a smart young man. I don't think there's any question about that. Although the Steelers did lose their quarterback yesterday, and Kenny Pickett, he got hurt.
Yeah, although I don't know if that's a net gain with the way he's been playing. Staying in Houston, the Houston Astros win the AL West. When it's all said and done, comes down to the final game of the season. What I find interesting, I saw this on a meme, is I'm both an Astros and Rangers fan, but certainly Astros first. The Texas Rangers had their best season in years. And for the Astros, maybe their worst season in years. And when it's all said and done, the Houston Astros are still AL West champions.
Look, the Rangers had it was theirs to lose. And they go up to Seattle and just, poop the bed.
They did.
I mean, that's what they did. And so props to the Astros for hanging around. But Texas gave that division away. I don't see how you can say it any other way.
Well,
they gave the division away.
I mean, the Astros won. Granted, schedule is, although Arizona's a playoff team, they went in and they took care of business against Arizona. The Rangers had it, in beating Seattle. And what's crazy,
all they had to do was split.
What's crazy, though, is you look at Seattle, probably of the three playing the most consistent baseball down the stretch, and their season is over.
I know it.
It's weird how that works. Let's stay with a Houston theme here, sort of. Canelo beat Charlo on Saturday night.
Yep.
That was expected. Mario Barrios from San Antonio wins a world title again. That fight against Ugas, I was a little surprised, honestly, that as that fight continued, that Mario did not get the knockout. He had a couple of knockdowns. There was a slip. The doctor kept checking Ugas's eye. I'm surprised they let that fight continue. I was really hoping for Mario he would get the knockout. But as an underdog in that fight, that was an impressive win for Mario Barrios.
Absolutely. I'm happy for him. He was on with us last week on the Blitz talking about that fight. And so he trained hard for it. There were some things that he had to overcome as far as scheduling and that kind of stuff. But he did, got the win, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
I didn't see the fight. I didn't see it.
That was at the Rupo.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
By the time the Canelo fight was on, I could barely see. But it was. But I really wanted to see Mario and what he was doing. It was a good Saturday night for Mario and everybody that was watching that fight. Wild day today for the San Antonio Spurs. They held media day. Hard to believe that basketball season is here. What did Pop say? What did Wemby say? I think one of the bigger questions coming in is, who's coming off the bench now? Is Keldon going to be the guy that has to come off the bench? You're going to love what Greg Popovich had to say. You'll hear it next on the Blitz here live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location, 281 and Thousand Oaks. You know, injuries do happen, and when they do, you can skip the ER and get to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, strains, conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday. They have on-site x-ray, casting, and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. So if you're injured, get to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. You can learn more online at TSAOG.com. That's TSAOG.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Niners at 6 p.m.
4th and goal, man in motion left to right, inside, a play action, bootleg to the left, Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown, and he's fired up.
Presented by A Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunkla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This new Wendy's Frosty flavor is way too exciting to keep under wraps. It's a brand new, first-of-its-kind flavor. Get this, pumpkin spice. I know, right? It's so good. It's rich, it's cozy. It's the perfect flavor for some fall frosty time. Watch, everyone will see it and jump on the bandwagon. Grab a never-before-seen pumpkin spice frosty or pumpkin spice frosty cream cold brew today when you choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Vanilla Frosty is temporarily unavailable.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
O'Reilly.
Get Ultimate durability and extreme weather performance with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10, plus get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. With kids back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Make Exergen thermometer the chosen thermometer for your home or business to check for fever, where accuracy matters. When measuring temperature at home and at work, use an Exergen thermometer to keep your family and colleagues safe. Available at Walmart and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One Sports. Join us tonight at 6:30 for Monday Night Football, exclusively on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He is Joe Ryan-Eagle. I'm Jason Minix. Live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location, 281 in Thousand Oaks. It's our fall golf tournament after party, although golf tournament's still going on. But you can come by here to Slackers. You didn't have to play golf to come to the party, and you didn't have to play in the golf tournament to win a lot of the free prizes that we have here from Flight by Yingling, which includes some really nice coolers, some really nice beach chairs, and there's some shirts over there. There's all kinds of good stuff on that table.
Dude, I don't think I've ever seen a chair that's got shock absorbers. Have you seen that chair?
Oh, well,
it's got shock absorbers on it.
Well, I mean, somebody like Greg Shelton might sit in that chair.
So that makes it a rocking chair.
Well, and more importantly, because if Greg Shelton can get in there, see, those aren't shock absorbers; those are eject. You know, how some people have trouble getting up out of a chair.
Yes, yes.
Especially if you've had a couple. This one just helps you get up out of the chair. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounds good.
Oh,
and if not, somebody should invent that.
It sounds great, but I think that's a good rocker, which is nice. And all
right, so during the next break, you'll have to go test it out.
I will. It says rocker on the thing. It's right there.
Well, you didn't look at that and realize that's exactly what that was? You actually had to look for the wording?
I'm looking at that. I'm seeing shock absorber, and then I said, man, there's words on there. There's letters.
I mean, you didn't look at that and immediately think rocking chair?
No.
Wow.
I don't know. Is that the brand rocker? I'm not sure.
I never mind.
I'm going to go do it. Renee would be fine with that.
Sure.
So, yeah, I want to test it out.
Absolutely, because old men need a rocking chair.
That's right, baby.
The San Antonio Spurs had their media day today. And part of me, FOMO, part of me, I haven't missed one of those in, I don't know, over 20 years. We didn't go today to media day because, well, our golf tournament was scheduled first, and we apparently didn't they didn't check with us when they decided they were going to do this today. So we didn't make it out there at our golf tournament. But through technology, we know what was said. And look, I've been to gazillion of these things. You know what's going to happen. Although this was the biggest Spurs media day probably in the history of the San Antonio Spurs because of Wemby, the Wemby effect.
Well, perhaps. I mean, you had to have that Tim Duncan guy, and that was big too.
Although winning championships, seeing some of the photos from the amount of media that was there, I don't know that they've ever had a bigger one, more attended. And look, that's with guys like Manu and Tony Parker. We've dealt with international media before, but at this level, I don't know that there has ever been a bigger one, and it certainly felt that way. And enough media types tweeted that I think that's pretty fair and accurate statement.
All right, fair enough.
And one of the big, questions coming in is Keldon Johnson going to be the guy coming off the bench? You look at last year's starting five, who becomes the sixth man? Who loses their job because Wemby? And Wemby is going to be a starter. Pop doesn't give a damn who's coming off the bench.
I've had no such discussions with anyone. And if Manu Ginobili can come off the bench, anybody can, and I don't want to hear it.
I mean, he's exactly right. And if that falls to Keldon Johnson, I think you got to take it like that, right? I mean, that's a good opportunity. Yeah, Manu didn't start games, but he was finishing them.
Yeah.
I mean, always. So you never had an issue with that. So I don't think that would be a problem for Keldon Johnson. But Pop is exactly right. And by the way, Pop sounds like he's in midseason form already. Already a little salty.
Well, I mean, and again, I think he's right though. If Manu come off the bench, but check your ego at the door, which has always been one of the Spurs type mottos. But for a lot of players, starting matters. Being a starter, being called a starter. If you're a starter and now you're not, it's not like you've been benched. It's what's best for the basketball team. And especially with Manu still being a part of the organization, that's probably good to hear, because in my mind, I think Keldon is the odd man out. We'll see. But the other question is, Wemby. And like with no Dame trade, the Spurs had two options. Go all in this year and try to accelerate the rebuild with that number one pick. Or let's see what we can do with the guys that have been here the last couple of years that you've developed, that you've invested in, and go. And it certainly seems like that's the route they're going to go. But how is Wemby going to fit this year is still the $1 million question.
Yeah, training camp's going to be really important for us as coaches to see how we think it fits. Is Wemby going to be a 5? Is he going to be a 4? Is he going to be a 3? Is he going to play alongside Zach? You're going to put him in the post? Not. Is he a perimeter player? What is he? Who's he fit best with out there? What should the rotations be? A lot of really cool questions that we'll get to answer.
I think there's a lot of options, and I think Pop is excited about that. And when he says, where's he going to be, I think Wemby can play all of those spots.
Yep.
So I think Pop's going to have a lot of options, a lot of flexibility, and I think it's going to be fun for him as you go through this week of training camp and then into preseason, just what he can do and where he can go. And a lot of that could depend on the matchups as well. But he's got a lot of options, and that's a good thing.
As for Wemby, how does he think he fits?
I think the best, I know I can bring some help to this team, and the best way for me to help it's to not put me in a box, I think. So he knows it. He's learned to know me, and I'm learning to know him. And it's we know we're gonna make something original, something special.
And that's good. And it sounds like Wemby is open to, whatever Pop has to say. It's going to be interesting because, again, I think if you're Greg Popovich, it's like a blank canvas right now. This guy's a special player. He can be a special player, and he can play multiple positions. And I think Pop is ready to draw a picture. And it's going to be fun to watch.
And when you think about Wemby and the attention that they had today just for the beginning of media day, then you look at like ESPN has moved a reporter here, a guy that was covering Zion and the Pelicans is now in San Antonio. More national TV games. Every preseason game is going to be televised, I believe, for the first time ever. Not only for Wemby, but for his teammates. They all have to learn how to deal with all this new attention.
Well, certainly we want to watch him develop. But it's the same with Devin or Keldon or Zach, everybody else. So we have two questions so far, and both involve Wemby. And I understand that. But there's a team out there. He's no different from anybody else. He's got to develop and improve knowledge of the game and some of his skills, just like every other player. So fortunately for us, he's very coachable. He's very intelligent, and that's already begun for him, even from the first day practicing for the summer league, just getting used to a different kind of game. So we'll watch him probably for the next couple of weeks without saying too much of anything to him, just so we understand his idiosyncrasies and the way he plays the game, how his body works, all that sort of thing. Everybody else, we know their game. We know what they do. So we've got to do the same thing with him.
What I love about what Pop said is, look, let's dial back the excitement. There are expectations. There should be expectations for Wemby just because of what he brings to the table. But let's dial him back just a little bit. Let us work with him. Let us see what we can do with him. We're not just going to throw him out there and we're going to be having a parade in downtown San Antonio. Good for Pop. I like the answer to that question.
Well, and when you look at and you talk about the expectations, and even Wemby said today, like he knows what the expectations are, but he even sounds like we got to keep these things in check while he learns the NBA game.
I'm not sure I'm the guy to ask what expectations we have for this season, because all my expectations are really to learn how to win as quick as possible, because there's people, everyone here except the rookies is more experienced than me. So I got a whole lot to learn, and I can just turn to whoever, really, even the guys who have just 2-3 years in this league. I know they get good advice from me, and they have already proven it in those past months, and it's I'm just really excited, happy to be here.
Again, a great answer, and I think Spurs fans need to be a little patient. I know when I talked to Rob this morning on R&R in the morning, he said no, expectations are there, they should be, and anything less than that. And while I understand where he's coming from, the NBA has assembled the best talent in the entire world. They have. And it might take Wemby a minute to get used to that before he hits his stride. How long that will be, we don't know. And maybe it won't take him any time. And we just don't know.
And I have no problem with high expectations.
Sure, of
course. As long as they're realistic expectations. Right. I appreciate that answer because that shows the maturity that this young player has. He is a very mature young man who's been in the spotlight for several years now. He's not, this isn't new. This isn't overwhelming. He seems to enjoy it. Hell, the tour that he had around San Antonio, taking selfies with everybody, going to all the hot spots, all of that I think he likes that. But at the same time, for him to say, don't ask me about expectations. I'm here to learn. He knows the expectations. He's already said, he said it when he got drafted, when he came to San Antonio for the first time for that opening press conference. He wants to win championships. That is the real expectation, but it's not going to happen immediately. High expectations are fine. Realistic expectations are what we have to deal with. With the Spurs, I think we'll be realistic. Realistic expectations, that's never a thing when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys. But after yesterday's win, we can start planning the Super Bowl parties again because they beat the crap out of the New England Patriots. A couple more defensive touchdowns. Let's talk about it next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Parkhurst New Vision. I love saying that because they changed my life. They absolutely did. I've been talking about this for a couple of months now, and some of you know this, maybe some of you don't, but I had lens replacement surgery at Parkhurst New Vision, and I see better now than I've seen, 30 years ago. It's incredible. I no longer need readers. I no longer need glasses. I can read the small print just fine. It's no problem. Look, if you're like me and you're tired of carrying around those readers, tired of glasses, and you want a new start on life sight-wise, call my friends at Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020. You can also check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. Look, Parkhurst New Vision, they offer a variety of services like the lens replacement surgery I had. They also do LASIK, and oh, by the way, they were voted best LASIK in San Antonio, and they do cataract surgery, all of which are going to change the way you see the world. Look, check them out. Ask questions. Go in and talk to them. Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020.
It's R&R in the morning.
On R&R in the morning, we're joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram Clarence Hill to talk about the Patriots win and look ahead to the San Francisco game.
The media day went off. The Spurs talk. We listened to all the sounds as the Spurs begin the Wemby era. Plenty of Monday Night Football talk, too. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Now is the best time to buy a Connecticut water softener. With current models being closed out to make way for the new ones, you can save big. Call Connecticut at 656-PURE and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you. That's 656-PURE.
We love high school football and a team you can always count on. Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. Quartermoon is here to tackle the toughest challenges, from plumbing mishaps to AC troubles, with the same dedication and passion that drives a winning touchdown. Our playbook is simple: fair prices, expert service, and a commitment to local families. Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC, your winning solution for a comfortable home. Proudly serving our community with local hospitality. From the pit house to the outhouse to the schoolhouse, call Quartermoon Plumbing, Heat, and AC.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? We all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25% on desks, storage solutions, and office accessories. Plus, your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. And when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next $30 Staples purchase. Now is definitely the time to save at Staples. Chair offer ends 10/28, in-store only. Exclusions apply on Amazon offer.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's the Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your shot at $50,000 nationally, while weekly winners locally get a $50 gift card to 5 Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks. At the end of the season, locally, the best overall record wins the San Antonio Grand Prize of $1,000 worth of tickets to any event from Awesome Tickets. Sign up today at sasportstar.com.
2nd and 10. Jones is back. Plenty of time. Rolled right. Bottled up. Throws back to the edge. Intercepted. Deron Bland. Call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Deron. Hello, house. Touchdown for Deron Bland.
Got an early one across the field, so I couldn't let him do that again. So. And then I seen an open field when I got the ball. I was like, nobody's catching me from here.
Old Brad Shim with the call on the Cowboys Radio Network and heard here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Deron Bland with a pick six, 2 defensive touchdowns yesterday for the Dallas Cowboys as they blow out the New England Patriots. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix, live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, their Thousand Oaks location. 281 and Thousand Oaks, our golf tournament after party, which starting to see some people coming in. Although not the golfers yet, the people that were working the variety of holes. So if you know what we mean, you want to get out here to Slackers Sports and Arcade Bar. And again, even if you weren't in the golf tournament, come by here. Flight by Yingling has a ton of great prizes that we are giving away throughout the day, including some of those very cool coolers.
Very cool coolers, plus some beach chairs, lawn chairs, you can use them for anything. They will be doing that. They've already started registering. I've seen some people signing up on the tickets, so we'll be drawing for that kind of stuff at some point today. So get on out here and register.
Yeah, we're here till 6:30, leading in to Monday Night Football, Seahawks and Giants, presented by Flight by Yingling. And, great place to come watch the game here at Slackers. Hang out with us. It's been a good time. We're going till 6:30, so plenty of time. And I see them walking around with ice-cold buckets of
they're
Flight by
giving it away.
Yingling.
Yeah.
Just come by here, and she will just hand you a beer.
I heard a guy over there say, "Yeah, I'll try it. I've never tried it before."
That's
Bam.
why. That's why they
do it.
Yeah,
so
if you get some grilling this weekend, make sure you upload those photos at sasportstar.com. On Thursday, we judge meat and give away a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market's Heavener Road location. You think about the Cowboys yesterday. You talk about a grilling. Bill Belichick has never suffered a loss like the one he suffered yesterday. 38-3.
It just once it started snowballing, it snowballed big time. Cowboys defense was good. Mac Jones was horrible. Could have been part.
Cowboys had a little something to do with that.
I'm sure they had something to do with it, but he was just awful.
He was awful. And you look at a guy like Deron Bland, had a couple interceptions, had the pick six that you just heard. And for a guy who played well last year when needed because of injury, to replace a guy like Trayvon Diggs in the way he has played in the 2 games, impressive. And Mike McCarthy knows how fortunate the Cowboys are to have depth in a guy like Deron Bland.
Well, you can see right away. Just an extremely disciplined young man, when he was given his first opportunity. So, his ability to play inside and outside, excellent ball skills, which the whole back end is, as a group is, I don't know if I've seen so many guys that can hawk the ball. But yeah, it's just great to see your young players, have that success, especially if you know how much they put into it. So, I thought he played phenomenal today.
I think with the Cowboys, and if you got to look at it, and look, every NFL team needs a little luck, right? You luck into some players. Cowboys lucked into Micah Parsons. They lucked now into Deron Bland. And I think that's a good thing. Talent-wise, you're picking these guys. With Mike, it was different because that's not what they wanted. And everybody knows that. They were looking for a cornerback. 2 guys they wanted went ahead of them. Micah Parsons was there. They got lucky because, we all see what Micah Parsons can do. And Deron Bland's kind of the same way, Jason. I think this guy has got a bright future. The question's going to be, will it be in Dallas? I don't know. Can you afford to keep a Trayvon Diggs, a Micah Parsons, a Dak Prescott, a CD Lamb, and a Deron Bland when that comes up?
If he keeps playing the way he is, the Cowboys are going to have some tough decisions to make. The good news is they're a couple years away from having that. And you think about that defense yesterday, holding New England to 3 points. Not that New England's a high-scoring juggernaut, but to keep them from getting 14-17 at 20 points. You held them to a field goal. It's pretty impressive. And I know there are some of you, Rudy J., that laugh at I think this defense could be historically good.
It's a big word.
It is a big word. Could be, though. I mean, they have the ability. And, 3 out of 4 games, that defense has been dominant. You give me 75%, 3 out of 4 throughout the season, the Cowboys are going to be pretty good. Well, the Cowboys, and I appreciate the guy that added me into this tweet because he said, at Mike_T53, says the Bucs defense was, historically good if memory serves me, huh? Jason Minix, at Jason Minix on Twitter. The Cowboys are the second team since the year 2000 to score 3 touchdowns on defense while allowing less than 50 points through 4 games. The last team to do it, the 0-2 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that in 0-2, 47 points allowed, 8 takeaways, and went on to win the Super Bowl. So far, the 2023 Dallas Cowboys, through 4 games, have allowed 41 points, and they have 10 takeaways already, plus those 3 defensive touchdowns. Those are impressive numbers.
Yeah.
That's on pace to be historically great.
Well, that is, and you can look back and you say whatever you want. They got to play who's in front of them. The season starts now for the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to see if that defense can be historic or not coming up ahead of them. That's when the season starts. And again, I'm not taking anything away from the Cowboys because you play who's in front of you, and that's the way it is. But what's in front of them now is a juggernaut, and we'll see how good this football team is.
And that's where the red zone issues are still such a concern in my mind, and I imagine in yours as well. If you want to chime in, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776 on Twitter, X, at Joe Reinagle 210, at Jason Minix. Although, and the red zone bothers the hell out of me. But I don't know that it bothers Mike McCarthy as much as it bothers us fans. When you go back to what Mike McCarthy said he wanted this offense to be when they let Kellen Moore go, he's not anti-scoring, but his goal isn't to light up the scoreboard. He talked about that much in the offseason.
He did.
I think he's fine if they've got a big lead, kick field goals. I know they want touchdowns, and the play calling in the red zone still baffles me at times. But Mike McCarthy said last night after the game, yesterday was a prime definition of complimentary football.
Really a true definition of complimentary football. The defense, with the takeaways and the point generation. I thought special teams, played well, and we had one big play there. So in offense, I thought we moved the ball very well. So time of possession, keeping your defense fresh. Obviously, you always want to score every time you have the ball, but I think this formula makes us a strong football team.
There's no doubt they're a strong football team. You've got to concede. You can't look at the Cowboys and say they're not a good, strong football team. I just want to see what's next, and I really do. And I think that they can shut up a lot of people like Joe Reinagle if they go into San Francisco and knock off the 49ers and then go up and take on the Chargers and Kellen Moore and then the Philadelphia Eagles after that. And then they've still got Miami and Buffalo on the road. So there's a lot of challenges ahead for the Cowboys, and that's where we're going to see that. And I'm a little disappointed in you, Jason.
Here we go.
We've been talking Cowboys now for what? I don't know, 1 hour and 45 minutes, and not once have you had anything nice to say about the best tight end in the National Football League, or the best up-and-coming tight end in the National Football League.
See, you can't even define the guy right. It's funny how it's funny how I say they could be historically good, and that's a big word. Jake Ferguson can do no wrong in your mind.
Leading receiver yesterday, just saying.
And look, Jake Ferguson had he had a good game, although. Didn't he? No, it was Schoonmaker who dropped one touchdown in the end zone. The backup tight end. Yeah, no, I mean Ferguson played extremely well yesterday. I thought Dak Prescott played extremely well yesterday. 28 of 34, 261 yards. Had that nice touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb. And you're right, Ferguson, 7 catches, 77 yards. On 7 targets. I mean, there's a lot of 7s there. He needs to go to Vegas and take advantage. Doesn't he have a 7 in his number 2? I mean, there's so much there. Ferguson did have a hell of a game. And I've waited to almost 2 hours into the show because I just kept waiting for you to at some point talk about, well, your boy Jake Ferguson. Right. I'm surprised it took you that long to remember that he's still on the football team.
No, I was very happy about it, and I think Dak Prescott is happy about it too. The drop pass in the end zone was concerning. Schoonmaker, and I tweeted out or sent a message in our group text yesterday. I'm not sure what the Cowboys were thinking, but that's for another time. Guy can block. He's a good blocker, and he's in on a lot of run plays. But what I liked about Ferguson yesterday, not only did he catch every ball that was thrown to him, that he battled. I mean, he ran hard after the catch. And I think, to me, that said a lot more than anything else with what he did yesterday.
And I know they brought this up in the broadcast. While Jake Ferguson doesn't have blazing speed, he's got that quickness to him that first man can miss. And I know Mike McCarthy is thrilled with what he is getting out of Joe Reinagle's favorite player.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jake has just, really been given an opportunity to be a complete tight end. I mean, the run, the protection, and the passing game. So, he's always had a knack for yards after the catch. And I just think, you're seeing a guy that's paid the price. He's got his weight up, from year 1 to year 2, and he needs to maintain that and keep it because they do a lot of heavy lifting. I mean, they don't, they're asked to, get in there and compete in the C gap and the D gap area. And also we're asking more of those guys in protection. As far as assignments there, and in the passing game is, he has a really good feel for man zone, understanding, very, very bright football, very, very instinctive football player.
Interesting, and he is. Look, I mean, whether you like the guy or not, and if you don't like him, it's probably because of me. Pledge, can you put up that comment that I just saw on the YouTube channel here just a minute ago? I'm not sure. There it was. Miguel Martinez, I love you, brother. First game, Ferguson didn't drop a pass.
Well, that's a true statement.
So are we going to?
I mean, that literally is a true statement.
Well, then, Miguel, are you going to say that your Schoonmaker's a bust? He dropped a wide-open touchdown pass yesterday. Nice throw by Dak Prescott. Schoonmaker with the stone hands dropped it. And so we're going to get on him too?
Well, I mean, three targets, no catches.
Are we going to go with this? I don't know. If Ferguson goes, I don't know, 6 out of 7, 7 out of 8. I mean, oh, wow, yeah, he didn't catch that last one.
Well, we do keep track of drops. There's lots of times with players not named Ferguson, if they drop one, you will say, you've got to be able to catch that one. I believe you said that about CeeDee Lamb a week ago and about Michael Gallup, who had another strong game, 5 catches, 60 yards for Michael Gallup. When you look, the Cowboys had a big win. There's still red zone issues, and I know we're getting nitpicky here. They threw the ball 34 times. They only ran the ball 30. That is on Mike McCarthy. That's not what Mike McCarthy says the Cowboys want to be. They want to flip that 34, 38 rushes, and right around 30 passes. No 40 pass games for Dak Prescott. In a game like yesterday, when it was well in hand, you would have thought that they would have been a lot more on the run game. I'm a little worried if something was going on with Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard only had 11 carries for 47 yards. That's the first time this year that he's kind of been, I don't want to say, not relied on. They didn't give him a lot of touches. Pollard, only 3 catches for 13 yards in the pass game. Did catch all 3 of his targets. I know you had a carry for Turpin, and Lamb had another carry. Deuce Vaughn, 8 carries, 9 yards. I know Rico Dowdle got hurt, 3 carries, 9 yards. And I know it was fourth quarter, so that's the curious question that I have throughout the week. Was Pollard out of gas? Did he get nicked up? Rico Dowdle had a hip injury, and they rode Deuce Vaughn in that fourth quarter instead of putting Tony Pollard back in. And they kept Dak in seemingly so long. And I'm curious what was going on with Tony Pollard. I don't know the answer to that. Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram will join us at 5:45, and maybe he'll have an answer to this question. But I could say this right now. I'm done with the Deuce Vaughn experiment.
Wait a minute. What?
I really am done at this point with the Deuce Vaughn experiment.
Really?
I really am.
You know, it takes some people a little longer to see what's right in front of them.
It was give him a chance. I thought in the preseason he played well. In the regular season,
I'm scaring the customers over here.
Well, I mean, but you do that anyway. I mean, the guy's name is Lumpy, so it's understandable that he's easily scared, with the sexy leg sleeve. But when you look at it, Malik Davis is probably going to come up from the practice squad if Dowdle can't go with a hip injury, which apparently isn't as bad as they thought it was. But my bigger concern is what is up with Tony Pollard, who's been getting north of 20 touches to only have 11 carries. And when Dowdle was hurt, they went to Deuce Vaughn, not Tony Pollard. And again, it might be, hey, man, we know we've got to save Tony Pollard for late.
I think that's more so than anything.
But the 1 yard runs for Deuce Vaughn,
dude,
I mean, I'll give the guy a chance. I wanted to see what he could do. I saw what he did at Kansas State, what he's done so far in the regular season NFL. I'm done. I mean, I might be not completely done, but can we get Malik Davis back and see what he can do?
Well, yeah. I mean, I hope I haven't seen anything on Tony Pollard. I want to say it was more of a look. We don't need him out there. We don't want to take the chance of him getting dinged up. So let's pull him out. The Cowboys had that game well in control, and so there was no reason to have him out there. But I just I'm kind of with you here. I think the Cowboys need to run the football a little bit more. They're still trying to throw the football more than I think any of us want them to, although 34 passes is not that big of a deal.
Now, I think a lot of times we have very smart listeners. And Miguel Martinez with his second question of the day that I'm going to hammer you for. Miguel Martinez on YouTube says, why didn't they give Trey Lance the garbage time to see what they have in him? See, you have to understand the NFL rules, Miguel, that Cooper Rush is the backup quarterback. He's the one active. Trey Lance can dress and be the emergency third quarterback, but Trey can only get into a game at this point if Dak gets hurt and Cooper Rush gets hurt. So they can't, by NFL rules, put Trey Lance into a game at this point, even though you might see him. Now, if they made him the active backup quarterback to put him in as opposed to Cooper Rush, that could happen, but the way it's currently allowed, Trey Lance can't see the field unless you see Dak leaving with an injury and then Cooper Rush leaving with an injury.
And let's hope that doesn't happen, because I don't want to see Trey Lance on the field at all.
No.
He's just not ready.
This is Trey Lance's week to earn a game ball from the Dallas Cowboys. The kid's still living out of a suitcase at a hotel in Dallas, and probably shortly after that game, has Will Greer yet been released by the Patriots? I expect to see Will Greer released by the Patriots before Wednesday.
I don't think so.
Well, and he certainly wasn't much of a help after what we saw the Cowboys do to that guy. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star, live out at Slackers Sports and Arcade Bar, their Thousand Oaks location, our golf tournament after party. We've got some golfers that have showed up now. So I'm assuming the tournament is over. They probably had some box lunches, and I'm assuming if we're seeing guys here that played in the tournament, they know they're not going to win one of those big old trophies that we have over there.
Probably not, because it came in pretty early. But we'll see a bunch of them straggle in. And again, you didn't have to play in the tournament to come over to Slackers and hang out with us and win some of those great prizes, courtesy of Flight by Yingling.
Nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, you need to go see my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text BAIL to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. So if you're down in Corpus, up in Dallas, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
Texas A&M football is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Saturday at 1:30 p.m. It's the Aggies and Bama in an SEC battle. Presented by Ewald Kubota, Just Pots, ABC Home and Commercial Services, The Angry Elephant, Airtron Heating and Air Conditioning, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things: getting ready for company with the Samsung Family Hub Plus refrigerator and football. That's right, Kirk Herbstreit. Search for recipes, check out scores, or even stream the game to the screen at the same time, so you never miss a second of the action, which means you can make your famous buffalo chicken dip and have more time for football. Upgrade your Saturday with Samsung and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
O'Reilly. Get ultimate durability and extreme weather performance with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10, plus get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The San Antonio Quarterback Club is celebrating their 76th year. The San Antonio Quarterback Club meets every Tuesday and is a proud supporter of Gridiron Heroes Spinal Cord Injury Foundation. This week's speaker is UIW head coach Clint Killaw and former Cardinals coach, now Texas State head coach G.J. Kinney. Should be a great conversation that begins at 11 at the Court Golf Club. The San Antonio Quarterback Club. For more info, go to saqbclub.com. That's saqbclub.com.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health San Antonio different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple: to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your T-check and exam today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit us at revivemenshealth.com.
Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. If you have big dreams or big projects, we hope you'll consider Ewald Kubota. From small Kubota compact tractors to construction equipment, Kubota is a name you can trust. Or if you aren't committed to buying just yet, we have a full line of equipment you can rent by the day, week, or month. We can even deliver it to your work site. Ewald Kubota is committed to providing excellent customer service and satisfaction. So come by one of our 11 locations. We look forward to serving you. Or visit us on the web at ewaldkubota.com.
Yuengling, America's oldest brewery, has been making beer in America for 6 generations. And for nearly 200 years, we've been all about bringing the good times. By hand. By foot, by bike, by bikers, by fanny pack or jetpack. by whatever means necessary. With Yingling Traditional Lager, good times taste even better. Yingling, bring the goods.
Drink responsibly.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, your home for the Aggies. San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is Media Day all around the NBA, including for the Spurs. Plenty of excitement, of course, surrounding Victor Wembanyama. He spoke to the media today and says he's actually put on some weight.
Ever since I've been in San Antonio, I've gained 10, 15 pounds.
That's good, I hope. Texas Rangers in the playoffs, not where they wanted to be, but they start tomorrow at Tampa Bay. Best of three, first two in Tampa.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix on this Monday afternoon after the Cowboys kicked the crap out of the Patriots. We're all in a good mood. That we had our golf tournament today, and we're sitting at a bar. We're at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location. So here's what's happening.
What's happening?
You don't have to be. You didn't have to play in the golf tournament to come to our party, right? Which is cool. And when golfers come in, right. So there's 2 guys that played in the golf tournament. One said, well, we were tied for third. The other one said they were tied for second.
So they don't know, I guess.
Well, they're all liars. But I figure if they're here, they weren't or collect their trophies.
Apparently not. But they're here now, partying, drowning their sorrows. So that's a good thing.
I don't think those 2 have many sorrows.
No, they really don't. Those 2 guys are pretty happy guys. They're not worried about too much.
No, not at all. But we do have some great prizes that we're giving away from our friends from Flight by Yingling, including the rocking chair.
Sure, they just gave away my rocking chair.
It was just claimed by an old guy that needs a rocking chair, which is perfect.
Of course.
The good thing is they make more. They make more. So, and those coolers over there. See, that's the problem. Those coolers are so cool. To me, that's the best prize over there.
Well, I agree. And I actually have some experience with one of those, and they're fantastic. Good for whatever, the beach, put it out by your pool, whatever the case may be. It is fantastic. So still a lot of stuff here, though. I mean, they gave a cooler away and that chair, but they've got more chairs. They've got more coolers. Get on out here to Slackers. Thousand Oaks,
281 and Thousand Oaks is where we are. Lots of Cowboys talk today, obviously. Lots of Spurs talk as the NBA is holding their media day. But we got to talk about what a great weekend in college football that we had. And look, it's OU week. It is. Let's see, 404 and OU still sucks, right? When you think about where the Texas Longhorns are, again, ranked number 3. Georgia was not impressive. Michigan and Texas kind of closing that gap. But it's about what's going to happen this Saturday. Texas had a very convincing win, but another slow start. That is starting to be a little concerning to me, is these slow starts, almost like the red zone offense for the Cowboys. Slow starts for the Longhorns. At some point, that's going to bite them.
No, it will bite them. And Oklahoma, obviously a pretty good squad, Jason. So it will bite them. But look, Texas looks pretty good. I've heard a lot of people saying with their vote this week, they put Texas at number 1.
That's what I mean. They're closing the gap on Georgia.
There's no question about it. Look, Georgia struggled with Auburn.
Yeah.
Right? So we've got some breaking news. Can we report this?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
We can. That's literally what we do here.
Devin Vassell and the Spurs have agreed to a 5-year, $146 million extension. Woj is reporting that, and apparently that just happened today. So he lands himself a big extension. Congratulations to Devin Vassell. 5 years, $146 million.
Good for Devin Vassell.
Absolutely.
And certainly not a surprise, which tells me they like Devin. Although 5 years, 146.
Yep. You doing the math?
Yeah, it's still a very tradable contract.
It is.
But I look at Devin Vassell as one of those players that I could see long term with Wemby. That's why I say all the different trade scenarios. I think anybody was available. Although I think Keldon would have been the first to go because of his contract, and I think he'll be the odd man out in the rotation. We'll have more on that and Spurs Media Day coming up. But for you Devin Vassell fans, he's going to be around a while, it looks like. 5 years, 146. You know, when he first got to San Antonio, he was renting a place in our neighborhood. And he's already moved out of that. But my guess is he'll get he's getting neighborhoods that have multiple gates.
Yeah, I would imagine so. With what is that? About 15?
More than 15.
Got $30 million a year, roughly. About $30 million, roughly. Little under that, maybe. I've been looking at 150 over 5 years is $30 million. Minix has got his cat. So
29.2.
That's $30 million, give or take, right?
Well, it's 29.2.
$30 million, Devin. You should have gone for $30 million, buddy.
Well, see, I think that's it. I mean, Echo on our YouTube says overpaid. See, and I think overpaid, if he's north of 30, he's overpaid. At $29 million, you're a bargain. It's the over under 30 a year kind of scenario.
See, I think Devin Vassell's a good ball player, and I think he deserves that contract. And I think he's only 23 years old, for goodness sake.
Could you imagine being 23 with $30 million a year?
No, no, I couldn't.
I'd like to be 50 and have $30 million. I don't even need it for a year, just a one-time payment.
I think I could handle it better now than I could have when I was 23.
See, I don't think so. I think ultimately.
You might be right.
Now,
I'd have a hell of a time, though.
Well, absolutely. So we were talking with a friend earlier over at the golf tournament who was they just bought a house, but it's an investment house. They plan on being there 7 years.
7 years.
Wife wanted a new couch that was $7,500, and he said he put his foot down because it's not their forever home.
Sure.
It's not forever furniture. You got $30 million, you can buy a new $7,000 couch every other month.
Well, I think you could probably put some of those $7,500 couches in various rooms.
Yeah.
So, you could have several of them.
That's the difference. Although I think we told our buddy that pony up, get your wife the couch that she wants.
Well, yeah. And
you're the one that's going to be sleeping on it, so you better get a nice, comfortable couch.
Well, you won't be if you get the couch.
Exactly.
Right?
So don't buy a cheap couch because she's going to make you sleep on it.
Exactly right. And it's $1,000 a year.
Well, when you
that's
look
what
at
we
it,
figured it
if
that way,
you're going to live there for 7 years, I mean, ultimately, you can try to make it make sense and talk yourself into it.
Of course.
$7,000 for a couch.
Wow.
Glad it's his wife and not mine.
Yeah, it's always good when other people have those problems and not you. So that's good. So happy for Devin Vassell. He gets his contract. I think it's a good move for the Spurs. They've got some young talent, and they've got and again, it's obvious what the Spurs are doing. They want to see how this young talent meshes with their big prize in the draft, and of course, that's Wemby.
When you look at back to college football and the weekend that we had, it's OU week, and it's interesting that the press conference that Sark had after the win Saturday was more about already on to OU.
They're a really good team. They got quality players. They got good coaches. We know it's going to be a heck of an environment for college football, and it should be a spotlight on that game and all of college football next Saturday at the Cotton Bowl. So we're looking forward to it. We know it's going to take a real week of preparation, mentally, physically, and emotionally to put ourselves in position to perform.
Yeah, as good as Texas is playing, that game still scares the hell out of you, doesn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it does.
Because it's OU.
And it's a rivalry game, and you just don't know. And but that's going to be a big test for them.
And watching a bit of that Iowa State-Oklahoma game, this is where I want the fast start because, Quinn Ewers in that offense.
Yes.
And I like the fact that Texas seems to have found a running back that they want to rely on.
gosh.
It's not running back by committee. And
That dude's
they
incredible.
got receiver after receiver after receiver after receiver that can make plays. To me, it's the slow start. It could be one of those games where it's over at halftime or one of those nail biters, and I think it all will depend on how Texas starts. We got all week to talk about it. Close early, because that's the way Texas seems to play, and then you extend late. Kansas, having to go with their backup quarterback last minute, that shouldn't have affected the Texas offense, right? And it for whatever reason, that Texas offense didn't get going until later. The defense, all right, you prepared for somebody else all week, and the kid Kansas went with is a better runner than anything else, and he made some plays. It was interesting there for, I don't know, a half. But what bothers me about this week's college football schedule is the two games I want to watch are both 11 a.m. games.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I should be happy or actually, now that I think about it, I'm happy because I'm going to ACL. So Foo Fighters on Saturday night. Texas and OU will be long over by the time I walk into the ACL grounds. But then you also have the Aggies taking on Alabama in College Station. That game is set for 11 o'clock. Pre-game at 10 here on your home for the Aggies, 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star, presented by Ewald Kubota, Just Pots, ABC Home and Commercial Services, and the Angry Elephant there at 281 and Redland Road. The Aggies and their win over Arkansas was so damn impressive. Now, I don't know how much of that game you got to watch because, you ended up at the coast this weekend and probably couldn't see straight. But the Aggies dominated Arkansas. Arkansas had a pick six, and there were some weird things in that game. But Texas A&M out-physicaled Arkansas. And I think that way for this A&M team, they're ready for Alabama.
Well, yeah, and again, I don't think it's the same Alabama team that we're used to. And so I think Bama is ripe for the pickings. And down in College Station, the fact that football game's there is huge for Texas A&M. I did watch a little bit of that A&M game, and you're right. It was a physical football game. The Aggies still why am I not sold on them completely?
Because they're the Aggies.
Maybe that's it.
You've been around Rob Thompson too much, who will
Maybe
tell you
that's
about
it.
this thing called battered Aggie syndrome.
Yeah.
And the calendar has turned to October, which is historically a very bad thing for Texas A&M.
I'm happy for Max Johnson.
Yeah.
Guy played well.
Looks good.
He looks good.
He looks good.
So, yeah, it's we'll see. That's going to be an exciting game. So there'll be a lot of clickers going on back and forth.
A multiple TV kind of day.
That's
multiple
right.
TV.
I do get the 2 games.
Yeah.
On
with
multiple.
your YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get 4, but I get 2.
For college football, I think they've got a 4.
I think they do.
Yeah,
don't they?
for college
I don't
football.
need 4.
I only get the YouTube NFL stuff because that's all I paid for. But I could put one TV with the ESPN app and watch game that way, and then the other one on cable. Or like you said, go back and forth. I know for me, it's certainly going to be a lot more on Texas OU.
No doubt.
Although, and I'm trying to think, at what point do I leave for Austin? That's going to factor in as well. The great news is I know I can get 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star and listen to the great Andrew Monaco all the way up to Austin to get ready for that one.
By the way, just to clarify, that game starts at 2:30 on CBS, Alabama, Texas A&M.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, the notes that James Pledger said.
It's a 2:30 kick on CBS.
Well, that's what I thought it was, but I'm reading what Pledger sent us, and it says 11.
Okay.
So we'll have to correct that.
Yes. Well, I was corrected by text by several people, and then so I checked it out, and it is indeed 2:30.
Well, I will own that mistake. Apologies.
Well, no apology necessary.
Well, look, we want to get information correct.
Well, that's what we do here.
That's
we fact check.
That's what we do. We fact check. Or we don't let facts get in the way of a good story.
That too.
I mean, I think the reality is somebody realized, well, we can't do that to the Lone Star State. There's a lot of eyeballs down there. Why would we want to split that audience?
Exactly right.
That's exactly what they decided. Spurs signed Devin Vassell to a new deal. Wemby's talking. Spurs Media Day today. We'll give you the latest as we continue here on the Blitz. You know, I tell you guys all the time, if you're dealing with any kind of issue at the house with your plumbing, your EAC, there's only one company to call, and that is Quarter-Moon Plumbing and AC. And I know I needed Quarter-Moon on Saturday. My wife woke me up and says there's water all over the kitchen. Something has gone wrong with the kitchen sink underneath. I get up and I look, and she's got everything pulled out. There are towels everywhere. So I immediately called 210-651-5899, 651-5899. And the nice guy named Christian working on a Saturday says, I'll be there. Give me a few minutes. I'm on the way. And they got to the house and they got everything fixed. Now, was it a major emergency? Well, at least for me it was, because we had water all over the kitchen. Experts at worst case scenarios, big job, small job, residential or commercial, 24/7, 7 days a week. Quarter-Moon will get you taken care of. No commission. Sales reps, they'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has so much experience, and they've earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau, and they are fantastic. You got a plumbing emergency, and again, in your world, it's an emergency. Quarter-Moon is going to get you taken care of. That is what they do. And I know we're now in October. You're not thinking about your heater yet. I know we're hearing about a cool front, but now is the time to make sure your heater is ready for the winter months that are coming when you have to turn that thing on. Quarter-Moon has great maintenance programs that ensures your unit is ready for every season. Call Quarter-Moon, 210-651-5899. 651-5899 or online at quartermoonplumbing.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Niners at 6 p.m.
4th and goal, man in motion left to right, inside, a play action, bootleg to the left, Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown, and he's fired up.
Presented by A. Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone.
So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99.
Get in zone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax. Touchdown! A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax. 100% natural male enhancement formulas only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling and Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, sports fans, this is Ultimate Vegas Insider John Anthony, and I'm on fire. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on recorded message line. Call 1-800-244-5506. I love tonight's matchup. Seattle, New York is a monster, side and total. Seattle, New York, critical information confirmed, plus Thursday's early release. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to go 5-0 free on a recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports #1 against spread. Seattle, New York is you. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. I love to go 5-0 or the season free. 1-800-244-5506. Critical information confirmed. I've got it. I love to go 5-0 or the season free. It's 1-800-244-5506 or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group. Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Tuesday on R&R in the morning. Claire will join. Just set your alarm. The NBA is back at work. Spurs Media Day. We'll have every bit of sound from Wemby and everybody else. And Monday Night Football. Do the Giants represent the NFC East? Seahawks bring it home. Now back to the Blitz. Jason and Joe. I'll be the guy that's sunburnt. We'll see you at the club.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location, our golf tournament after party. The great thing is you didn't have to play in our golf tournament to come party with us tonight out at Slackers.
Well, and you need to come out here because obviously it's a party, number one, on a Monday. There's football on tonight. We got stuff we're giving away. Flight by Yingling is giving away a bunch of stuff. I see a golf bag over there that
we're
is probably going to be given away to somebody.
Yep.
So lots of good stuff. Come on out here to Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location.
And you think about Monday Night Football tonight, a game you can listen to here on 94.1, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. You got the Giants and the Seahawks. Should be a really good game. I feel bad for a couple of guys that we know well, that we saw at the golf tournament. And let's just say they've got the Giants tonight. The Giants aren't winning tonight. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
You don't know that.
Well, Saquon ain't going to play.
Is he not?
I don't think so.
I
mean, to give you an idea, because
home dog on Monday night.
Because what I care about is me, and I'm playing Bill Taylor in our fantasy league.
Right.
And I've got a small lead on Bill Taylor, and I felt really good this morning when I checked the score because he had Saquon Barkley in his starting lineup. Bill Taylor has benched Saquon Barkley and picked up Seattle's backup running back because he was probably looking for any available running back to try to make up about 9 points. That's what I need to know about Saquon Barkley. And what surprises me is that Bill Taylor actually was paying attention to his fantasy football team this morning.
Well, that's good. I'm glad he did because he usually doesn't. So that's a good thing, or maybe a bad thing for you. According to CBS Sports, Saquon is doubtful for tonight's football game.
Yeah, I mean, he'll go and try to give it a go tonight. But and even if he does play, how effective is he going to be? And I'll tell you what, that Seattle defense against Danny Dimes is why I think that Seattle gets that.
I've always lived by a rule: home dog on Monday night, and the Giants are the home dog on Monday night. So we'll see. Look, and I know the two guys you speak of, and I'm not exactly rooting for them. But, you know, I gotta say what I think.
And you would like Seattle to win.
I would like Seattle to win, yes, and cover. Yes, win by a touchdown or even a field goal would be okay.
Yeah.
So that would be all right.
All right. You think about the San Antonio Spurs today, had a media day. And what's weird, and Mike Finger had a great column in the Express News about this. You know, the Spurs have that new $400 million facility, right?
Yes.
Last week, they did this tour. People were in there. So they hold media day today at the old place where there's no parking. And quite honestly, compared to the new building, cramped. But there's no parking over there at One Spurs Lane. It used to be you can go over there and it was pretty easy.
Not anymore.
And, you know, part of me, I've been to those I well over 20 straight years of going to those. This first one I've missed in a long time.
Yeah.
And it's the biggest one they've had in a long time. So we didn't get to go because we had our golf tournament today.
Yeah.
And, you know, what can you do? Station event, long planned, Spurs Media Day. We opted for beer at the golf tournament. But the only thing that I was like, all right, well, you know what I'm cool about not having to go out there is you would have had to get out there like at 6:30 to try to find a place to park.
No doubt.
Because of what's built up out there. And that's essentially what Mike Finger was writing about. But they do have media day today. And I think the one question that so many people have talked about this offseason when it comes to Wemby is who's going to the bench. Of the starters last year, is Keldon Johnson going to be the guy that's going to be asked to come off the bench? Greg Popovich today, it's not a question. He doesn't give a damn.
I've had no such discussions with anyone. And if Manu Ginobili can come off the bench, anybody can, and I don't want to hear it.
I love that. And he's right. I mean, Manu unselfishly went to the sixth man. Like, Manu may not have started the game, but he always finished them, and that's what's important. And look, it doesn't make any difference. And if Keldon Johnson, if asked to do that, I think will gladly do that. And I don't think there'll be any problem at all.
And when you think about, of all the things that were said today, Greg Popovich seemingly taking a philosophical, slow approach in trying to figure out what they actually have in Wemby.
Yeah, training camp's going to be really important for us as coaches to see how we think it fits. Is Wemby going to be a 5? Is he going to be a 4? Is he going to be a 3? Is he going to play alongside Zach? You're going to put him in the post? Not. Is he a perimeter player? What is he? Who does he fit best with out there? What should the rotations be? A lot of really cool questions that we'll get to answer.
And that's, I think, the great thing. A lot of cool questions we get to answer. I think Greg Popovich, since they won the lottery, has been thinking and scheming. How are they going to use them?
He's got a blank canvas because Wemby can play a variety of positions with what he can do. And I just think that I like what Pop said there, though. Let's see what we have. And I don't think even Pop, I know Wemby's talented. He can do things that most guys his size can't do or even think about. But let's see what we have. Let's see how we can make him fit and make him as successful as he can be in the NBA and for the San Antonio Spurs. And I like Pop's approach, at least today.
Well, and again, Pop taking let's see how he fits. Wemby just knows that he can fit in with this Spurs team.
I think the best, I know I can bring some help to this team, and the best way for me to help it, and it's to not put me in a box, I think. So he knows it. He's learned to know me, and I'm learning to know him. And it's, we know we're going to make something original, something special.
I think so. Certainly the potential's there, but let's see. Let's see what Wemby's got and how he fits.
And what Wemby, don't put me in a box.
Yeah.
Right? I love that answer because, are you a 5? Well, I could probably play 5, and he probably will play some 5 or some 4 or some 3, which is what Greg Popovich says. But Wemby doesn't want to be, all right, well, you're the tallest guy. You go play center.
Right.
And you wonder how many coaches, when he was young, 3 feet taller than everybody at 10.
Right.
Well, you're the center. Don't put me in a box because that guy, he's a taller Kevin Durant.
Well, and I think he can play anywhere, just about, right? Especially 3 through 5. But 3-4 is probably where he's going to play.
On the offensive side, I'm curious how Pop uses them on the defensive matchup. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because, on an offensive set, you might be 5. But on the defense, I'm not having you guard Giannis, right? Even if he's added 10 or 15 pounds that aren't noticeable. I just look at that and I just wonder if and how Pop is going to scheme everything.
Well, look, he's a shot blocker. You got to keep him in the paint on defense, right? Because you don't want anybody getting in there. And if they do, Wemby's probably going to swat it away.
He can block shots from the corner. His wingspan is ridiculous.
Well, I get it, but don't you want him in there clogging things up? I do.
Yeah.
And that's where I assume that he will be. Although, who knows? Again, Pop with a blank canvas. He's got a lot of options.
Cowboys get a big win yesterday over the New England Patriots. You want to talk about it? 210-656-3776. 656 ESPN is we're at our after party here at Slackers Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location. And the first place trophy has somehow ended up with a group of guys, one of which said they were second, the other one said they were third, but they're taking pictures with the first place trophy. And I think we should let every team take pictures with the first place trophy. It's comical. It's the Blitz here on 94.1. San Antonio Sports Star. When you need an electrician, Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I know I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects out of my house. They've added extra outlets in the garage, a spotlight outside over one of the grills, dimmer lights in the living room. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. No matter what your project is, they've got the right service at the right price. Never a service charge, always free estimates. So call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or go to the website, hill-electric.com.
It's R&R in the morning.
On R&R in the morning, we're joined by Fort Worth Star Telegram Clarence Hill to talk about the Patriots win and look ahead to the San Francisco game.
The media day went off. The Spurs talked. We listened to all the sounds as the Spurs begin the Wemby era. Plenty of Monday Night Football talk, too. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds are one of the boldest, protein-packed, and low-carb snacks out there. And with flavors that will have you craving for more, you'll want to stock up on Southern Recipe small batch at your local H-E-B. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds today. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous. Find your flavor at southernrecipesmallbatch.com. It's football season, and the Roo Pub is kicking off their 10-year anniversary party. Over the past decade, the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch a game with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. College football, pro football, the games are on at the Roo. Aggie fans, every game will be on with sound. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Celebrating 10 years, the Roo Pub next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo. Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Switch for Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop! Swiffer Power Mop!
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Boo, I'm your old cheap water softener. Trick or treat, I got news for you. I'm not working again. Some days I just don't feel like it. Sorry about the itchy, dry skin and brittle hair. You look good, though. Just imagine what the inside of your home's pipes look like with all that hard water. Now that's scary.
Don't let your old sporadic water softener run your house. Call us at Connecticut. A Connecticut water system can actually lengthen the life of your appliances, protect your pipes from buildup, and gives you soft skin and silky smooth hair. This is Chris Canepa with Connecticut and San Antonio in the Hill Country. There's a reason why we say Connecticut is the last water softener you'll ever own. Call us at 656-PURE. I'll even let you try a Connecticut water system for free. We'll change your water, and it'll change your life.
Whew, I'm tired. I need to take another break.
The last water softener you'll ever own. ConnecticutSA.com.
Life moves fast. No one has time for a car, truck wreck, or commercial vehicle accident. At Davis Law Firm, we get it. When you call the force, you don't have to worry about insulting offers from insurance adjusters, property damage, or car rental. We recently settled a wrongful death case in a commercial vehicle accident for $5 million. Net to clients was $2.8 million. I'm Jeff Davis. If you were in a car, truck wreck, or hit by a commercial vehicle, call me at 444-4444. You got it. There's only one number to remember. 4. Attorney consultation by appointment only. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio. Davis Law Firm is a proud official partner, personal injury attorney of the San Antonio Spurs.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-970-3199. That's 800-970-3199. 800-970-3199.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the Mike McCarthy Show every Friday morning at 6:45 and 9 with R&R in the morning.
Do you like a certain amount of chaos?
Conflict is good.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess I do. I like healthy chaos. I don't like the BS.
A look at the Cowboys' upcoming game presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Always going for it, never punt. 4th down, last call, Hail Mary, Prescott, touchdown,
And Dallas 2nd and 5 at the New England 20. Prescott back, deep fade, left side, up in the air, caught it, end zone, CD Lamb. Touchdown, Cowboys.
CD finally gets into the end zone. Brad Sham with the call on the Cowboys radio network and heard here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. A 20-yard touchdown pass from quarterback Dak Prescott to CD Lamb that does not count, apparently, as a red zone score. I don't know. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star, live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location, for a big golf tournament after party. I always thought red zone was 20 and in, but apparently it's 19.
Apparently so.
Because a 20-yard pass does not officially count as a red zone score because you're, I guess, at the door of the red zone, but not in the red zone.
Let me tell you something, too, and I will say this, and I know I get on Dak a lot. That pass was about as good of a pass as I've seen Dak Prescott throw in a long time. That pass was absolutely perfect. It was a great route, but, I mean, it was right in the bucket. And so props to Dak on that particular touchdown pass. I will give him his flowers when they are due.
Well, and they were due yesterday, 28 of 34.
Well, carried away, dude.
261 yards.
I gave him one play.
I mean, look, he didn't play a bad game. You can't complain about anything that Dak Prescott did except get more touchdowns in the red zone, because that one does not count as a red zone touchdown statistically. According to the NFL official stats, the Cowboys are 1-4 or 25% in the red zone as opposed to being 2 of 5. Through 4 games, that's a problem. That is a trend. Now, the fact that they're getting into the red zone, which is something Mike McCarthy is the glass half full guy, that's one thing. Dak said last night, they will fix it. And when they do, look out, we're going to be dangerous.
Something we've got to get better at. But we won 38-3, so I'm not going to sit here and harp on that. But that definitely gives us something to work on. Obviously, coming into this game, I talked about it, about 2 weeks ago, even when we won the game, the last game here right against New York, that we could have been better in the red zone. So it's an area that we're going to continue to focus on. We're going to try to get better at it, and when we do, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous. That's right. As soon as we fix it, we're going to be good. But until then, we're not. I mean, what does that mean?
I mean, when you look like on that opening drive, they're marching right down the field. No problem. They get inside the red zone. Dak Prescott, short right pass to Jake Ferguson to the New England 4 for 14 yards. That dude couldn't break a tackle and get in. And then incomplete to CeeDee Lamb. Up the middle to Jake Ferguson to the New England 1 for 3 yards. Again, he couldn't get in. And then Pollard right end, loss of 4 yards, and you're kicking a field goal. And, that's, the play calling in the red zone just seems baffling.
It does.
Like they overthink. I'm guessing that big menu that Mike McCarthy is holding has a section on it with red zone plays, and they're all cute, right? None of them, they don't look like the offense between the 20s when they get into the red zone. All of a sudden, it's just this whole new offense for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is there. And is it play calling? Is it execution? I don't know.
Combination of both. But the play calls do seem odd. Defense overloaded the one side. Let's run that way.
It seems simple, doesn't it?
Let's run routes. 2 of them to the tight end, short of the goal line. Why aren't they extending that into the end zone?
I still haven't seen Dak roll out with an option to run or pass.
Which, again, it's interesting, and I'm glad you brought that up, Joe. When we were in training camp in Oxnard, we saw that a lot.
Yeah, we did.
Now, because Mike McCarthy hasn't seemed concerned about the red zone, Dak, I know, and again, 3-1 and their 3 wins, all blowout wins. So it's hard to have anything negative when you have wins like what they've been having. And so what they say on the podium and all that. But, red zone mentally, here comes Brandon Aubrey again. He's going to end up being the best kicker in the league because he's going to have more opportunities than any kicker in the league. And I'm not necessarily a fan of that. Do you think that they are holding stuff back through the first month of the season as they get ready for what's going on at, say, a San Francisco game? Well, I don't know why you would, but.
Yeah, I don't know why you would either, Jason. Look, you're either a good football team or you're not. And if you're a good football team, then you're running whatever you can. And, hey, stop us. You don't have to trick anybody. And again, I am looking so forward to this game on Sunday night because that's going to tell a lot, I think, about both teams, about San Francisco and about the Dallas Cowboys. But if you're trying to hide things from, say, a San Francisco team, then it just seems like a waste of time. Run your plays, do what you're doing, and you know what? Just tell that other defense to stop you. This is what we're doing. Come stop us if you can.
And if you treat September as your preseason, it's over because we are officially into October, which is bizarre to think that we're already into October.
That's
and it
crazy.
is.
Yeah.
It really is at this point. San Francisco is we thought both teams would be undefeated coming into this one. Well, San Francisco is. Dallas lost to Arizona. Arizona was game yesterday against San Francisco, but the 49ers put them away with 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns, which is kind of what we all expected Dallas to do a week ago in Arizona. But you look at San Francisco, undefeated, and you look at the other undefeated team in the NFL is Philadelphia. Everybody else has at least one loss after yesterday's game. Philadelphia has struggled in a couple of their games, yet they're finding ways to win, which is a sign of a good team.
Yep.
Philadelphia is nowhere close to playing their best football.
I don't think so either. I think they can improve. Look, it's still the same 3 teams that we've been talking about, all offseason. Dallas, San Francisco, and Philly. You might want to throw Detroit in there. They may make some noise. Are they as good as the other 3? I don't think so. But it's a team that's going to make some noise, and I have no reason to think that they won't win that division. I mean, it looks like they are the best of that division for sure. So you're going to have to go through them at some point. One of those teams are. But it's still the same 3 teams that we're talking about. The only difference that I will say from what I've seen now, and maybe Buffalo is in this mix, but San Francisco's the best team in football, right? At this point in time in the season, the 49ers are the best team in football.
It'll be interesting when you look at all the different power rankings that come out. Where will Miami slide after they got beat yesterday 48-20 following that 70-point beatdown they had a week ago on Denver? Because the Bills, they had the clunker in the opener, but they have looked like a different team. And after 4 games, I think you really start to get a good feel of what teams are. Now, some are still a work in progress. Dallas red zone issues. Philadelphia finding ways to win, but they don't look like they're really clicking on all cylinders. And you look at the games this weekend. I mean, Miami, we know they're going to be fine. That was one game that was a good game until it wasn't. It was one of those kind of games. The Vikings finally get themselves a win, a dominant third quarter over Carolina, but for a good while it looked like Carolina might get their first win of the season, but Minnesota gets the 21-13 win. No Deshaun Watson, but the Baltimore Ravens just completely truck the Cleveland Browns.
It's funny because I saw something, and I don't know if it's true or not, that Watson was actually cleared to play, and he decided to hold himself out. I don't know what's going on with Deshaun Watson, but I think it's a shame because I think Cleveland's got a pretty good football team, although losing Nick Chubb was huge for them. That was enormous. I don't know what's going on with the Cleveland Browns.
The Rams-Colts game was an interesting game. The Rams had a very comfortable lead. And remember last week we were talking about how are the Colts favored against the Rams? Doesn't make sense, right? But the Rams in control, and then the Colts storm back in the fourth quarter, send that game to overtime. Rams end up winning in overtime 29-23, but that was a pretty wild game. But you talk about wild comebacks. I mean, your favorite guy on planet Earth, his name is Sean Payton, if you didn't know, gets his first win as the head coach of the Denver Broncos.
Can you really count a win over Chicago as a win?
I mean, look, the Bears are up 21-7 and then 28-7. Before the wheels completely fell off. I mean, for 3 quarters, the Chicago Bears looked like an NFL football team.
They did. They looked like an NFL football team. You're exactly right. Those 2 bad teams. 2 bad teams. Justin Fields, I will say, he looked good. He looked really good. And it's a shame that defense couldn't hold them out. Even Russell Wilson, I mean, his stats were good too. It's just that's just 2 bad football teams, both of them. And then we got a Thursday nighter to look forward to, the Chicago Bears at Washington.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Let's have a party.
I don't know if there might be a random MAC college game that will be more interesting and more entertaining. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers go into New Orleans. They win at the Superdome. I thought that was an interesting game. Your Tennessee Titans destroy the Cincinnati Bengals.
I don't understand either one of those teams, to be honest with you. The Titans do look great one week, and then poop the next.
Yeah.
And then Cincinnati just looks out of whack. Completely.
Cincinnati, 3 points is all they could muster.
Joe Burrow's not Joe Burrow right now. He's hurt.
and probably hurting the team more than he's helping the team by being out there. And how about those Houston Texans? The Houston Texans, a 30-6 win. A 30-6 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers as J.J. Watt goes into the Ring of Honor. And C.J. Stroud, 16 of 30, 306 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions again. A month into the season, C.J. Stroud is yet to throw a pick.
Well, you just jinxed him. You just did.
Well,
you just jinxed him, Minix.
He doesn't have a game tonight, right?
No.
Okay.
You just.
I mean, I don't know. The Texan Social keeps posting about his great start and his yards without an interception. So I don't think it's me that's jinxing him. But if you're a fan of the Houston Texans, you know, many thought they might get 4 or 5 wins. They might end up with more than that. They defensively, I mean, Pittsburgh's offense is what it is. But still, you held that team to a couple of field goals. If you're a Steelers fan, you're embarrassed. You're embarrassed that you drove all the way down I-10 to go to that game. You're all geared up, probably teaching your kid. Like, I know a guy, well, you know him, Kevin Brock.
Yeah.
Kevin Brock's good friend, right? Longtime Steeler fan. Trying to raise his son. And poor Donovan got forced to go to that game yesterday as his first NFL experience. That kid might be scarred for life from that experience from a Steeler perspective.
Or he may say, hey, Dad, I'm going to break off. I'm going to go my own route. You know, this Pittsburgh Steeler thing's just not working out.
Yeah.
I'm going to go my own route.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens as he continues to grow up.
You know, it's interesting. And I will say this. Those battle red uniforms, they look good.
They're good, yeah.
They look good. I don't know that they'll make that a permanent look, but they might need to look at that. Whatever, they had a battle red version a couple years ago that I didn't like. I liked how the Texans looked yesterday. That's a good looking uniform combo.
D'Amico Ryans. I mean, see, we talk about C.J. Stroud all we want, but that defense is really starting to play some football, and they're forced to be reckoned with. And I think that's all D'Amico Ryans. That guy has really already put his mark on that football team. 2 wins in the first 4 weeks. I mean, who would have thunk it?
Not many. And James Pledger says the red helmets really sets it off. The look, the overall battle red.
Pledge is a very happy man right now.
He is. Shirt.
Yeah, he is.
210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. For some reason, Mario wants to talk about the Bears. What's up, Mario? You're on the Blitz.
Hey, Jason and Joe, the same boogeyman that got the Cowboys last year in the playoffs against San Francisco, they got the Bears yesterday. 2 long drives, and the defense couldn't get off the field.
Are you a Bears fan, Mario? Are you
I
a
am.
Bears fan?
I am.
Apologies, ma'am. Apologies.
Yeah, we're condolences.
That was brutal. It wasn't the boogeyman. It's called bad coaching, bad players, bad execution, bad everything. That was awful for all the Bears fans out there. And they've got a huge fan base here in San Antonio.
Why?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I mean, look, I get it. You know, you're loyal to your team. You want them. You hope. All of that. I'm a Cowboy fan. You talk about long suffering. The Bears. That was just embarrassing. 28-7 to Denver. That last week gave up 70 to a team. For that team to rally back, not get off the field. Look, you can say what you want about Justin Fields. That defense should be able to get off the field and stop Russell Wilson.
Well, you would think so, but they didn't do it. And they haven't won a game since last October.
That's crazy. We're coming up on a calendar year.
Last October was the last game the Bears won.
The funniest social media thing out there when it relates to the Chicago Bears. They are the only team in the National Football League that hasn't won since Elon Musk took over Twitter. They have never been able to tweet about a victory under Elon Musk's ownership of the Bird app.
It is going on a year.
Going on a year.
Wow.
I mean, that's
they got lots of boogeyman.
Yeah, but let's find an excuse. Man, we've got a pair of tickets to give away to go see WWE SmackDown on Friday, October 20th out at the Frost Bank Center. If you want to go to WWE SmackDown on Friday, October 20th, be caller number 12 right now. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776, caller 12. You're going to win a pair of tickets to go to SmackDown. That's going to be a good time. Jeff Traylor, head coach of the UTSA Roadrunners, he will join us here on the Blitz coming up at 5:15.
First, I got to tell you about my good friends at Stevens Roofing. Boy, I'm looking outside right now, and it looks like there's some rain clouds out there. But look, the weather's changing, and rain's in the forecast for the rest of this week. So you might want to get your roof checked out just to be on the safe side, okay? Stevens Roofing is the company to call for that. They're a family-owned local company. They deal with the same weather that you and I deal with all the time. And, of course, the summer's been unbearably hot. That can cause some damage to your roof. So, look, you need a reliable roofer that can handle anything the Texas weather has to throw at it. That's Stevens Roofing. You can get them online at stevensroofing.net or give them a call, 210-785-0994. They do commercial projects. They can put a metal roof on your house if you want to go that way. And they're licensed by the city of San Antonio. Estimates are always free. Be sure your roof is safe and secure with Stevens Roofing, your local roofer. 210-785-0994, online at stevensroofing.net. Remember the saying, buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. 210-785-0994.
Texas A&M football is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Saturday at 1:30 p.m. It's the Aggies and Bama in an SEC battle. Presented by Ewald Kubota, Just Pots, ABC Home and Commercial Services, The Angry Elephant, Airtron Heating and Air Conditioning, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It's Raymond and Austin. We're back on All-Star Sports Radio, celebrating their 30th year. Our sportsbook and casino sponsor, BetUS.com, is going big.
That's right, Austin. Sports bettors can win a new truck, get the industry's biggest 125% sign-up bonus, and even get up to 30 risk-free bets.
Touchdown. BetUS also has a 150% casino sign-up bonus.
Blackjack, now you're talking, Austin. They also have live dealers and live betting on sports, including racetrack.
Get started today at BetUS.com, where the game begins.
Now is the best time to buy a Connecticut water softener. With current models being closed out to make way for the new ones, you can save big. Call Connecticut at 656-PURE and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you. That's 656-PURE.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25% on desks, storage solutions, and office accessories. Plus, your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. And when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next $30 Staples purchase. Now is definitely the time to save at Staples. Chair offer ends 10/28. In-store only. Exclusions apply on Amazon offer.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Looking for a fun way to win up to 25 times your money this football season? Test your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on the projection for a wide variety of statistics, and place your entry. It's as easy as that. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIme at prizepicks.com/primetime for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Your home for the Cowboys.
Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville. San Antonio's Sports Center.
It's the breaking news of the afternoon. San Antonio Spurs guard Devin Vassell has agreed on a 5-year, $146 million contract extension with the Spurs. Cowboys defense was back yesterday. Boys improved to 3-1 on the season. Dak was asked after the game if he's still upset by that loss to the Niners in the playoffs.
You just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate it.
I guess he is. The Blitz continues.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minutes.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. He is Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix, live out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location. It's our big golf tournament after party. Cool thing is, you didn't have to play in our golf tournament to come party with us here and try to win some of the many prizes we have from our friends at Flight by Yingling.
And they have broken open the prize closet. Been giving stuff away, but you still got time to come down here, register, and get you something. Because it's good stuff that they're giving away, but they always do that. And Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar here at Thousand Oaks is filling up. People starting to come in. It's time to party.
Absolutely, it's time to party. And we lots of Cowboy talk, which is a good reason to party. Plus, UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor will join us coming up in about 10 minutes at 5:15. Jeff Traylor will join us on the Blitz. Raise your hand if you were surprised at how the Cowboys just completely dominated New England. I'm not saying surprised they won, but the way they beat the crap out of Bill Belichick's team, his worst loss as a head coach.
No, I'm surprised, yeah, and I think everybody's surprised, and I think if you say otherwise, you're just not being completely honest. But I think New England had a little to do with that, or a combination of both. Look, Mac Jones was terrible yesterday. He was awful. That Deron Bland pick six, I mean, my gosh. I don't know what Jones was thinking there, but he obviously wasn't. And it was a terrible throw. But I will credit the Cowboys defense for confusing him, or whatever you want to call it. But it was not a very good performance from Mac Jones, and he got benched for Bailey Zappi late in that ballgame.
And again, I mean, when you think about the way that game was going, I know Belichick said they're sticking with Mac. At that point, get Bailey Zappi in there and get him some runs. See what you have, because you're not doing Mac Jones any favors. And I think he's at a point in his career where, yeah, it's going south. So let's see what the other guy has, and you're going to be okay. But it's been a long time since I've heard Jerry Jones after a game say, "Holy crap, my team did that."
I really didn't expect this today, this tight game. And to the end, let us get to it and get a little better, get a few things maybe that we wouldn't have had because of this game. We're going to need it because, in a way of speaking, it's we just know what they're very capable of, and a win in San Francisco would be magnificent.
Yeah, it sure would. That's the understatement of the year. And again, and I've been saying it all day, the season begins now for the Dallas Cowboys. They're 3-1, good start. San Francisco's 4-0, but they've got some tough football coming up ahead of them, and that's what we're going to see. So, to me, the season begins right now.
When you look at the stretch of games coming up, the Cowboys are not yet hitting on all cylinders.
No.
Red zone issues were a problem again yesterday. Technically 1 of 4 because the CeeDee Lamb touchdown catch of 20 yards doesn't count as a red zone score according to the official NFL stats, which baffles me. I've been watching football since I was yay high, and I always thought the red zone was 20 and in. But apparently it's inside the 20. At the 20, you're on the outside looking in when it comes to stats. But as Mike McCarthy said, and the way they have built this team is to be a complementary football team, and yesterday that was on full display.
Really a true definition of complementary football. I mean, the defense, with the takeaways and the point generation, I thought special teams, played well, and we had the one big play there. So in offense, I thought we moved the ball very well. So I mean, time of possession, keeping your defense fresh. Obviously, you always want to score every time you have the ball, but I think this formula makes us a strong football team.
And it does.
It does. I mean, look, they're a good football team. Nobody's going to argue that. They want to work that out because kicking field goals against San Francisco is not going to get it done. You got to score touchdowns.
No, but he talked about that one big play on special teams. I did not realize, since they've moved the extra point back to the 15, that fake extra point that they executed was the first time it's been done from that distance in the history of the NFL, and it all comes back to film study, according to Mike McCarthy.
Well, I mean, just got to give John a ton of credit. I mean, it's something he brought it to me Tuesday night, and just something we saw on film. So we repped it all week, and we had to check on it. So we got the look, and it was just like anything in this game, the players did a great job preparing, and it was very well executed. So we just felt that it was something we may have a chance to take advantage of.
And it was a surprise. I mean, it surprised the hell out of everybody, including me at home, you at home.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. So, you got to pick your battles, and so we'll see.
What I found so interesting about that was they were saying in the broadcast, New England was lining up to block that like it was a game-winning field goal.
Right.
So it's there on tape. And I like how, like John Fossil, the special teams coach, Tuesday night, knocks on Mike McCarthy's door is what I'm picturing. Coach, I think I might have something here. All right, sure, a pretty good idea. All right, let's rep it all week. I mean, he brought it to me Tuesday night. We put it in and we execute it. I just love seeing something like that against the master and Bill Belichick.
How does Mike McCarthy sound again?
Okay, let's try that. All right. Whoa, Bones, good job.
Yeah.
We'll rep it all week. Jeff Traylor, head coach of your UTSA Roadrunners, fresh off a bye week. So I imagine he's going to be in a good mood as he gets ready to head to Philadelphia for for the American Athletic Conference opener this Saturday as they take on the Temple Owls. Jeff Traylor joins us next. You know my go-to spot is the Roo Pub there at 281 and Redland Road. The Roo Pub is celebrating 10 years. They're having a big 10th anniversary party this weekend. On Friday night, they're going to have all kinds of stuff going on there. And then on Saturday, lots of obstacles, an obstacle course kind of thing for the kids. So, it doesn't matter how old you are. Hell, even Wemby's invited. Get out and enjoy a great day of football. Texas OU starts at 11. Aggies play at 2:30. And there's no better place to watch any kind of game than at the Roo with those 3 massive 170-inch televisions and TVs all around it. And the food at the Roo is fantastic. And they are celebrating 10 years. Make plans this weekend to go by and congratulate and celebrate with everybody at the Roo Pub on 10 years. The Roo Pub does have happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place for a 10th birthday party. The Roo Pub next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Niners at 6 p.m.
4th and goal, man in motion left to right, inside, a play action, bootleg to the left, Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown, and he's fired up.
Presented by A. Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunkla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hello, I am Jason Thompson, a lawyer for us. Since 1994, I have helped people injured in car, truck, and motorcycle collisions right here in San Antonio. I don't have a clever nickname. I'm not the law lion, the law gun, the hammer, or some other tool. I'm a practicing attorney. When your life is upended literally by a negligent driver, it can be overwhelming. Dealing with insurance companies is, in my opinion, intentionally complicated and frustrating. Why? The fewer dollars the insurance companies pay, the more they get to keep for themselves. You need an experienced attorney to help you make the best decisions for yourself and your family. And that's what I do. That is who I am. Jason Thompson, a lawyer for us. I'm a phone call away, 210-900-0400. The call and the consultation are free with no obligations. My number again is 210-900-0400, or just remember, alawyer4us.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Hey, sports fans, this is Ultimate Vegas Insider John Anthony, and I'm on fire. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on a recorded message line. Call 1-800-244-5506. I love tonight's matchup. Seattle, New York is a monster, side and total. Seattle, New York, critical information confirmed, plus Thursday's early release. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to go 5-0 free on a recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. Seattle, New York is you. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. I love to go 5-0 or the season free. 1-800-244-5506. Critical information confirmed. I've got it. I love to go 5-0 or the season free. It's 1-800-244-5506 or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. With kids back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Make Exergen Thermometer the chosen thermometer for your home or business to check for fever where accuracy matters. When measuring temperature at home and at work, use an Exergen thermometer to keep your family and colleagues safe. Available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Welcome to What If, the show where I, Jake from State Farm, answer your insurance what ifs. Today's caller is Gio. What's up?
Hey, Jake, what if I'm shopping for a new policy, but there are so many options that I freeze up and just can't choose?
It's okay. An agent can help you choose the right coverage. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Oh, now what if I need help deciding on dinner?
Tacos.
Good idea.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One Sports. If it's Monday night, then it's time for Monday Night Football. Tonight at 6:30 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix out at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar at the Thousand Oaks location, our golf tournament after party. And look, you didn't have to play in the golf tournament today to come party with us tonight and then get ready to watch Monday Night Football. And as you just heard Kevin Harlan say, if you're not near a TV, listen to Giants and Seahawks here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star, presented by Flight by Yingling.
Jeff Traylor could have come out here if he wanted to.
They really could have, although I'm guessing, after the bye week, probably in the office preparing to take on the Temple Owls. We'll ask him. UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Before we get into film study and Temple, how was your weekend, man?
It was okay. It was all right. We had a great practice last night, one of our best ones of the year, and had good practices Wednesday and Thursday, so got 3 good days of work in and prepared for another one tomorrow.
Did you get any time? Did you get any time just to relax, or can it go that this time of year?
When you're 1-3, the last thing on your mind is relaxing. I can promise you that.
Fair enough. Now, we the great thing is it doesn't matter now, right? You're getting into the conference play, first ever matchup against the Temple Owls in the program's history. I'm curious for you, have you ever played them on any of your other stops? Is it weird or different preparing for a team that you've never faced?
No, I've never played against Temple. I've been to the stadium once. Last year the Saints, played the Eagles, and they play in the same place the Eagles play. So I went up there to watch Jordan coach against them. But I never have played against Temple. Coach Drayton is a friend of mine. He was at the University of Texas, did a great job recruiting Bijan Robinson there. And he's a really good football coach, and he's trying to get a program going. He's in year 2, where we're in year 4 here.
Well, Coach, I know that you guys were a little bit banged up. You had the bye week. You get a little extra time. Did that help your health situation at all?
Well, I think that's been the blessing or the curse, however you want to look at it, of having so many injuries in non-conference. We got to play a lot of people. So, JT Clark didn't get to play any during non-conference, but we know the receiver he is. We hope he'll be back. But we got to play a lot of young receivers. Our quarterback, we know how good he is. Didn't get to play very much in non-conference, but we got to see 2 young quarterbacks go out there and play well. Offensive line, basically a reshuffle the entire offseason. So we've got off-season non-conference play. I apologize. We got to watch some other guys get great, valuable playing time. That's going to help us out the year. We'll see what Saturday looks like. A lot day-to-day decisions on a lot of those kids. Whoever's ready to go, we'll put them out there. If they're not ready, we'll hold them until they'll be ready the next week.
Jeff Traylor, head coach of the UTSA Roadrunners, joining us here on the Blitz as he does every Monday, even after a bye week, which we appreciate. Now, I saw you say last week that, you hope that Frank will be able to play this week. Probably won't be 100%, maybe not for the rest of the year. What do you think, as we see here on a Monday, the status for Frank for this Saturday against Temple?
I'd say it's still right there. He is practicing. That's positive. We're just afraid to run him around a lot right now, Jason. We just don't want to re-aggravate that thing until we get there Saturday, and hopefully he doesn't re-aggravate it then either. So we're just trying to be smart with him and get into the game. And if not, we've got two other quarterbacks that are prepared, ready to go.
Jeff, when you look at this, and I know fans, us being two of them, when you look at the new conference, the AC, right? And you look at that and playing your first conference game, is there any more juice to that for you guys as there is for us fans?
Whenever you start conference, there just is. We're just all grown up that way. We know that's where the championships are won. And we're one of three teams in the country that are going for back-to-back conference championships. It's us, Michigan, and Utah. We take great pride in that. We're 22-3 in conference in the last 3 years. We're very proud of that. And our kids know all that. And they know it starts this Saturday. And we've been through this. Last year we just got thumped by Texas, had 18 kids out with injury going to Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee had just beaten Miami, starting on the road. Didn't sound very, very similar to how it sounded last year. Just road runners were done. We weren't any good. Here comes the downfall, and our kids went up there in battle, got a great hard-fought win on the road, and we got to go get one done this time. Weather's not looking too promising. Typical Philadelphia weather. So grass field, some rain. Let's go. Put the ball down. Let's go play.
Well, there you go. And that's where you're going to rely on your run game, I would imagine, with situations like that, especially if Frank's not quite 100% if he's in the game. In your running back room, watching it, especially the kid that transferred in from Vanderbilt. I mean, you seem to be rolling a couple of different guys through there. That's looking like it could end up being a strength of your team as we start conference play.
Oh, I agree. Robert Henry played really well against Tennessee. Rocco has played well, and obviously Kavorian, who's the returning starter. All three of those backs have played well this year. We've ran the ball well in all three of the 4 games. We did not run it very well against Tennessee. It's the first time we just kind of got our tail kicked up front. But the first 3 games, we had ran the ball well, and we do feel good about those backs. I totally agree, Jason.
Well, Coach, I mean, look, and I don't want to bring up anything that because you're probably going to poo-poo this, if you will, but you guys go into this game, I'm just looking at as a 12.5-point favorite. Temple is not considered to be a powerhouse. I mean, I know you don't look at that kind of stuff, and being 1-3, I kind of know what you're going to say, but y'all are expected to go up there and win this game. Are those expectations with your football team? I mean, to get this thing started off on the right foot?
We've never gone into one since we've been here, Joe. Those weren't our expectations. So that's never going to change. Whether we're an underdog, a favorite, whatever our record is, we're going to win that sucker. There ain't no reason to put the scoreboard up there again going to win it, brother Joe.
See, and that's right. I give Joe credit for trying to ask a question without violating a culture pillar at the same time.
Absolutely.
Right? But great response, Coach. Now, I don't want this to sound too knucklehead, right? And you guys just went to Tennessee, playing in that kind of environment. I think this is only the second time the Roadrunners have played in an NFL stadium. You were there to watch your son coach with the New Orleans Saints, but a lot of the players haven't played in a place like Lincoln Financial Field. Do you approach anything different? Go a little early, let them walk around, or go, say, all right, well, this is Jalen Hurts' locker. Do any of that stuff just so there is not a wow factor once the thing kicks off?
No different than we normally do. Whenever we go on the road, we show our team, what the fans are going to look like, what the noise level is going to be like. We will then get to the stadium on Friday night. We'll make sure and take them to their locker so they'll know where their locker is going to be. You need to know where the toilet is. That's a very important thing, believe it or not, especially if you got to do your business. You want to know where that is. That relieves a lot of stress on those guys. So, typical man things you guys know about. We try to get all that taken care of on Friday night before we get there.
But, Jeff, I mean, what kind of crowd are you expecting there? I know Roadrunner fans are going to travel. They always do. There'll be a contingent there. But what is Temple's crowd like? Will it be a semi-full stadium?
No, that's the NFL. That's the problem when you play in big 60,000-seat stadiums. You only have 17,000 there, and it feels like nobody's there. So we're going to have to, bring our own juice. It's just it's a similar feeling to when you go to Rice. They've got the big stadium, you know what I mean? But you got a grass field, and it'll feel like we're not playing in front of many people. Kind of like during COVID when we played at the Alamo Dome. It's a different feeling to the game, and but we will have our kids prepared for that. And it's conference play, man. If you can't bring your own juice, you're not the competitor I recruited when I got you here.
Yeah, well, I think you guys are going to bring the juice this Saturday as you take on Temple. You're going to Philadelphia, Coach. So with Cheese Whiz or without?
I asked that when I went up there. It's amazing how rude those people are. They don't have the Southern hospitality we do. Care Bear and JC, my daughter, had on their Saints gear, and we're just out there trying to, have a meal before the game. And the words they said to my daughter and my wife for not being dressed in Eagles gear was less than reputable, to say the least. So there's some, and if you don't know what to order on your Philly cheese, I mean, they'll get after you. So even if you don't know what you want, to speak with confidence and be quick, or they're going to chew you out really quick.
Yeah, the answer is with, and you don't want to go to Geno's or Pat's. Jim's burned down about a year ago. So if you get a chance, cater it in from a place called Ish Kabibbles in South Philly, and you'll be happy.
Well, I wish you'd have helped me, Jason, because you know me. I'm like, well, what do you think I should get? Well, that was the dumbest response ever. I got shamed worse than my wife and my daughter did for their dress in pregame.
If this makes you feel better, Coach, our new boss, who's been here a little more than a year, he orders breakfast tacos, and he tells the lady he wants the beef stew kind.
Yikes. Yeah. Well, we're such a different down here. The man out with order, not up north. Up north, they smoke you for giving a silly answer.
Well, I'll tell you a quick funny story. The only time in my life that I've really ever gotten my ass kicked was at a Cowboys-Eagles game, is when I was in the Navy at the old Veterans Stadium. And I was walking back to the seat with a couple of beers, and somebody kicked me from behind, and then like four dudes just kicked and stomped me. And then I had to go see that judge that they really do have in the bottom of the stadium. And I'm the one that got in trouble because, I had beer and I wasn't yet 21, not because I got my butt kicked. That's Philly for you.
No, I've heard the stories, but I got to actually live it in January. So it was one thing them talking bad to me, but man, they ain't got to talk to my baby girl that way.
Well, Jeff, I hope you go up there and stomp the Temple Owls.
Yeah,
I really do. Let's
go return the favor.
Yeah, return the favor and get this conference play off on the right foot.
If we do it, Joe, I'm going to be hollering on TV. That was for Jason, what they did to my buddy all those years ago.
There you go, man.
Go.
Payback,
we'll
Coach. Payback. That's what it's about. Good luck this week, Coach. We'll talk to you next, man. Have a good time in Philly.
Appreciate y'all so much. God bless. Birds up.
God bless. Birds up. Jeff Traylor on the Buyers Barricades and Guest Line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond.
I was just trying to ask him if I should lay the 12.5. That's all. I was trying to, it was a roundabout way of saying, hey, Coach, Is that considered inside information?
Well, I mean, look, he's not going to answer that, I know where you were going, and I appreciated his answer. I think his answer is, you believe in the birds. Absolutely.
They're gonna curb stomp them.
They should. They should. They need to. And then the following week, finally back home in the Dome against UAB. It's going to be a great time. And Pledge, we need a promo with Jeff Traylor's response to beef stew tacos. that could be Tim Spence's new ringtone.
Right? Yes. Yikes.
Cowboys. Big win yesterday over the New England Patriots. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram will join us at about 5:45 as we take you all the way up to Monday Night Football here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're shopping for a new vehicle, you need to go see my friends over at Ansira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ansira Itonado Complex. Very easy for me to tell you about and recommend Ansira because I am a long-time Ansira customer, and it's because of their great customer service before, during, and most importantly, after the sale. And that great customer service is why Ansira has been a top family-run dealership in San Antonio for decades. And you know Price made Ansira number one. Price keeps Ansira number one. So think Ansira. Ansira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ansira Itonado Complex on I-10 West between Wurzbach and Huebner.
It's R&R in the morning.
On R&R in the morning, we're joined by Fort Worth Star-Telegram Clarence Hill to talk about the Patriots win and look ahead to the San Francisco game.
The media day went off. The Spurs talk. We listened to all the sounds as the Spurs begin the Wemby era. Plenty of Monday Night Football talk, too. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-970-3199. That's 800-970-3199. 800-970-3199.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
The pandemic is over, but COVID-19 is here to stay. In fact, it's still among the top 5 leading causes of death in the U.S., just after heart disease and cancer. So this fall, stay up to date with the latest COVID-19 vaccines, just like you do with the flu, because you've got no time for 19. The vaccine may not be for everyone. Please consult with your doctor. Brought to you by Moderna.
O'Reilly. Get ultimate durability and extreme weather performance with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10, plus get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. With kids back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Make Exergen thermometer the chosen thermometer for your home or business to check for fever, where accuracy matters. When measuring temperature at home and at work, use an Exergen thermometer to keep your family and colleagues safe. Available at Walmart and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
It's the Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your shot at $50,000 nationally, while weekly winners locally get a $50 gift card to 5 Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks. At the end of the season, locally, the best overall record wins the San Antonio Grand Prize of $1,000 worth of tickets to any event from Awesome Tickets. Sign up today at sasportstar.com.
Throws back to that, intercepted. Deron Bland, call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Deron. Touchdown for Deron Bland.
We got an early one across the field, so I couldn't let him do that again. So and then I seen an open field when I got the ball. I was like, nobody's catching me from here.
Pass out to the right, intercepted. Bland again. Bland again.
This is the War Room on the Blitz.
What the hell's going on out here?
Cowboys, Texans, Eagles, Niners, the NFC East. If they're playing for the Super Bowl, then you'll hear about them right here.
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs? You kidding me?
This is the War Room.
You want to crown them? Then crown their ass.
On 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
They are who we thought they were.
Here's the Blitzes, Jason and Joe.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix, taking you up to 6:30 when coverage of Monday Night Football begins between the Seahawks and Giants, presented by Flight by Yingling. It's going to be a good hour. We call it the War Room. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram will join us in, 7 minutes at 5:45 to talk about yesterday's Cowboys thumping of the New England Patriots. If you want to dive in on that conversation, easy to do. You can call or text 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Tweet X at Joe Reinagel 210, at Jason Minix. I expected Dallas to bounce back from the loss to Arizona and win. I did not expect the blowout win that they got.
I don't think anybody expected that. And their defense, again, played well after it played very poorly in Arizona. So that was good to see. I think Mac Jones helped that situation a little bit. And just mistakes by the Patriots. They drove up and down, right down the field on their opening drive and then stalled and ended up with a field goal. But after that, it was just all Cowboys, completely.
What was impressive to me about that Cowboys defensive effort, especially early, when Micah Parsons wasn't in and wasn't effective early in that game. I was a little surprised he was still in the game late, chasing stats, chasing sacks, seeing how hobbled he appeared early in the game, because they didn't need him in the game at that point. There was no doubt who was going to win that game. They need a fully functional Micah Parsons Sunday night against the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, there's no question about it. And that was the scariest thing about Sunday's game against New England, seeing Micah Parsons hobble on and off the field. And luckily, I haven't seen anything about it. No injury update. We'll check with Clarence Hill to see if he's heard anything. But it looks like Micah's going to be okay. But he came back in the game. He played and didn't appear to have any issues. So, but you're right. I mean, against San Francisco, they're going to need everybody. Everybody. I saw where Rico Dowdle hurt his hip. Zach Martin's a little banged up. Neither one of them were expected to practice on Wednesday. So we'll see what happens, but they need everybody.
When you think about the Cowboys yesterday offensively, Dak Prescott sharp, 28 of 34, 261 yards, had a beautiful touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb. That doesn't count as a red zone touchdown. They did run for 124 yards in the game, so a good balanced approach. I am a little surprised, though, that Tony Pollard only had 11 carries in the game for 47 yards. And late in the game, after Dowdle was hurt, they were going to Deuce Vaughn. So is it load management, if you will, for a guy like Tony Pollard, or is there something going on with Tony Pollard that we don't know about yet?
Well, it's interesting. He didn't need to play him. I think you err on the side of caution, especially if if Dowdle's injured and can't play. You want to make damn sure Pollard's okay. Deuce Vaughn, though, I
think I'm out.
I don't mean to be mean, but I mean,
I think I'm out on Deuce Vaughn. I know you don't want to be mean. I wanted to give the kid a chance. They drafted him. We saw what he did at Kansas State. He played well in the preseason, but his regular season touches, while few, have been less than impressive, especially when you got a guy in Turpin who you want to give the ball to in the backfield. And, what did he have yesterday? A damn near 50-yard run, 46 to be exact. So when you look at, you got a guy like Turpin who's a little bit more dynamic. And so far, it doesn't seem like Deuce Vaughn is able to break tackles, running between the tackles. I was surprised that they didn't bring Tony Pollard back in at that point when they, that one drive, and I know it was Cooper Rush at quarterback, but at what point do you say, okay, if we get a first down, we don't even have to put our defense back out there? And it was just like, I don't know. I think I'm about done with the Deuce Vaughn experiment.
I'm glad they didn't put Pollard back in, especially if he was dinged up a little bit.
Well, some people might have needed another 30 yards from the guy.
I see what you're saying. Well, you're a selfish dude.
I am.
But look, we've been saying this. You haven't been. I've been saying this, that the guy is just too damn small. And when you get into a game like this and you try to run a guy like that between the tackles, it just doesn't work. Again, if you want to use him as a gadget guy, and I know people hate that word, but if you want to use him as a gadget guy, then put in some plays for him to do that. But he just, between the tackles, has not been successful, and I certainly don't see him being successful. So I don't know. The Deuce Vaughn experiment is not going well. Let's just put it that way thus far. Cowboys got a big win yesterday. That's the most important thing. How's their health? Obviously, as we get on in the week, we'll find out if they have any issues that we need to be concerned about. Same with San Francisco, for that matter. But the season for me starts right now. You're going to have a 4-0 San Francisco team on Sunday night against a 3-1 Cowboys team. Both teams with great defenses. I'd have to give the edge to San Francisco when it comes to the offense. Weapon-wise, I think they've got a few more. And just at running back, I think.
Well, just Christian McCaffrey.
As two. But still, even with the receivers that they have. Then you got a George Kittle.
Who will be the best tight end in the game?
We'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure. My guy Ferguson, 7 catches on 7 targets for 77 yards. That was a pretty good day for him.
It was a really good day, and it was a day that he needed to have. Now, you think about the game coming up against San Francisco. I mean, it was such a blowout win over New England. It's immediately on to San Francisco. Well, let's talk about the win. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Clarence, appreciate you taking the time on this Monday. It's interesting because I think most expected Dallas to bounce back from Arizona and beat New England. I don't know anybody that would have predicted the beatdown that we saw yesterday there at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah, no one saw that coming. And you can say what you want about New England. They've been competitive. They played the Eagles 25-20 in the season opener. Nobody destroyed Bill. No one has ever destroyed Bill Belichick the way the Cowboys destroyed Bill Belichick and the Patriots on Sunday, and where they made Mac Jones look. I mean, never thought Mac Jones was a great quarterback, but he's never looked as helpless and pathetic as he did. And it's funny because I listened to the pundits. I was watching ESPN today, and they were telling me how bad the Patriots were and how bad the offense was. Well, I think that's some of the Cowboys' work. I mean, we're not giving the Cowboys enough credit for not only beating people but annihilating their 3 wins, which again makes that Cardinals game just an outlier.
Clarence, you tweeted out something today, I think, responding to a Cowboys fan talking about the red zone. You said, can we just not enjoy a victory for a change? I mean, has it gotten to that point in Dallas where, you just try to nitpick everything this football team does?
Yeah, I mean, you guys, I've talked to you guys in training camp. I just hate the narrative. I'm not being a homer. But I just hate the narrative, and we're so caught up in the narrative about the Cowboys, about that. They beat the Bills. They beat the Jets 30-10. A very good Jets team, one of the top defenses in the league, 30-10, and everybody's been moaning the red zone. And yeah, you want to improve the red zone, but it's not like they were playing Youngstown State. They were playing the freaking Jets in the red zone, and that's a great defense. You saw the way the Jets handled the Chiefs offense yesterday, but yet everybody, is belaboring, the red zone. And yes, you need to be better, but the Cowboys are moving up and down the field. And Cowboys fans, yesterday, you win 38-3, and there are people sitting up here crying about the offense and what they didn't do instead of just, at least for a minute, take a step back and enjoy a 38-3 blowout. It's mind-boggling to me that some people, a Cowboys fan base, just can't be happy about what his team is doing. And the good news regarding the red zone from a Cowboys perspective is that they're moving about up and down the field against good defenses. At some point, the dam is going to break, and the dam is going to break in the red zone. But they're moving on. They had 4 drives of 10 plays or more. They've had like 16 drives of 10 plays or more this season. Nobody's doing that. And so based on that, you get those offensive line back after the dam is going to break at some point.
Absolutely, it will. And again, I mean, it is a concern, but again, your 3 wins have all been by blowout, so you got to look for something. And I've come to the conclusion, Clarence, and see if you agree with me on this. Dak Prescott is politics and religion. There's going to be a lot of arguing. You're a Dak guy, you're not going to change the mind. And if you're a Dak hater, you're not going to change that person's mind no matter what that guy does. If he goes and wins a Super Bowl this year, it's because of that world-class defense and not because of what Dak does. In my mind, Dak is Tony Romo didn't even get to this point, and he had a divided fan base. I think Dak is religion and politics, man. Probably shouldn't bring it up on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it is crazy to me. And I was arguing with another Cowboy fan on Twitter who's railing against, well, y'all didn't like Tony, so I don't like Dak. I mean, what is it? One should have anything to do with the other. Dak did not do anything to Tony Romo. Dak did not decide Tony Romo make Tony get hurt. He didn't install himself the quarterback. All he did was win. There's some people that are still unhappy how Tony Romo left, so they will never accept Dak. And that's the Cowboy fan base. There are people that hate on that. And my thing with Dak, I've never thought Dak was Peyton Manning. I never thought Dak was Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat like a Patrick Mahomes. That's not who he is. But can you win with him? Yes. Can you win with a great defense? Yes. That's been the formula. People talk about the Eagles and the 49ers, and their formula to success has been great defenses to put their quarterbacks in great situations to win with. The 49ers have been in the NFC title game in back-to-back years with Jimmy Garoppolo, who looks awful with the Raiders, and certainly Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy is certainly better than what you think, but it's because of the whole environment around them. You keep the environment good, you don't turn the ball over, you can be successful with Dak Prescott. That's my only thing. But yes, people are nuts over Dak Prescott, and it's like, and again, I rail against the argument that he's trash. He's horrible. He's not trash. He's not horrible. The numbers say he's a very consistent quarterback. He's a winning quarterback. The interception last year was an outlier. Those were the numbers say.
All right, Clarence, obviously big win against the Patriots, but in my mind, the season begins this Sunday. The Cowboys' schedule is going to get a lot tougher than it has been, and it all starts with San Francisco on Sunday night. I think, and I know it's just week 5, and I know win, lose, or draw, they'll say it doesn't matter. But I think for the Cowboys, this game matters.
No, it does matter, and the Cowboys believe it matters. Dak, who's the guy is funny because he's a guy who's always tried to say the right things, be professional, but he's let his raw emotions show more than a few times since the start of the season. And last night after the game, he was like, you guys are pissing me off bringing up this, the bitter loss and stuff like that. And so, yeah, you talk to the Cowboys and talk to the players. So Mike McCarthy's trying to keep it balanced and says it's a regular season game. So you talk to the players in the locker room, and it means more to them. And really, after what they lost the last 2 years, and even Jerry Jones talked about this being a measuring stick game for the team. But you know how these teams go. Even if they win, it won't matter if they lose in the playoffs, right? They still got to do it again. And if they lose, I think there'll be a playoff again. They have to prove themselves in the playoffs. But for right now, for basically the way the season ended, and there's so much talk about the season and what they did in the offseason, losing that game last year. Remember, they fired 9 coaches after that 49ers game. 8-9 coaches. They made the change got rid of Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy took over play calling. These are all things that happened in the offseason. So this would be a good test and a good measuring stick to say a validation of what the moves they made and that they're going in the right direction if they win this game.
Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on the Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Tony Pollard only had 11 carries yesterday, and after Rico Dowdle left with an injury, they went to Deuce Vaughn. Is Tony healthy, or was that just kind of load management that they didn't need him, so why put extra touches on him?
It was load management. It's funny, but Tony Pollard going into that game had the highest number of touches and carries than any running back in the league. The Tony Pollard that no one thought could carry the load was the league's leading, guy as far as touches and carries going to the game. And so you got a big lead. Certainly Dowdle got hurt, but let's see what the young guys can do. This is an opportunity. You're not. It's not a game on the line. This is an opportunity to get them some rest. Because it's a long season. And that's what they did.
Okay, along the lines of running backs, and I've kind of been saying this the whole year. I think Jason's going to – can we stop running Deuce Vaughn between the tackles?
Man, I thought they were going to bury Deuce Vaughn in that turf yesterday. It was like and then when they hit him, it was just like the most painful hits. I mean, it was something else. But it is, again, the game was in hand. You need to get it from carries. You need to take Tony out. He's the guy you were running there. I mean, what are you going to do, though? That's running offense.
That's what they're doing. Real quick before we get out of here on the injury update, if Rico doesn't go or can't go this week, I guess Malik Davis will get promoted. But more importantly, Micah Parsons, how healthy is he right now, and how healthy will he be Sunday night in San Francisco?
Yeah, I just talked to somebody from the Cowboys. I just tweeted. He tweaked his knee, but he's fine. There's no swelling. He should be. He came back in the game. He should be good to go and ready to go. You probably won't. And they got good news on Dowdle as well. He just has a bruise, and there's a chance he could be ready to go. Tyron Smith is still iffy up in the air. Zach Martin has a quad bruise, but he should be good and ready to go.
Good
news.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Be healthy on Sunday night against San Francisco. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Always appreciate you jumping on with us, and early tomorrow morning with the boys, Rob and Rudy. Woo! Double duty.
You know it's going to be a big week this week for me, right?
Absolutely.
And Texas OU on Saturday.
There you go. I got Texas OU on Saturday, and then I'm flying to California. So,
well, I feel sorry for you, Clarence.
Yeah. Hey, Clarence. It's 5:54, and OU still sucks.
You right on there, right on. Hook 'em, buddy, hook 'em.
Good stuff. Absolutely. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. He'll be on with Rob and Rudy tomorrow morning, as well as we continue here at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar. Monday Night Football tonight, Seahawks and Giants. It's a great place to come watch the game, hang out. You want to add excitement to the game, you need to download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Now, I can tell you now, I was not happy that Tony Pollard only had 11 carries yesterday for 47 yards, because on my Underdog Fantasy app yesterday, I had him at over 70.5 yards. I got 4 right. I missed that one. I didn't insure it. So that one was tough to see him not there at the end, but that's the beauty and the fun of playing at Underdog. See, what you do is you pick between 2 and 5 players to get your pick 'em entry built, and you select whether you think they're going to go higher or lower on one of their stats, and you can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It is a fantasy game, but you can win real money, and it is legal in Texas. And here in a bit, I'm going to open up the app, and I'm going to look at the stat lines for tonight's Monday night game. You can do the same. Go download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with my promo code STAR, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. Plus, new customers will have a mystery special pick live in their Pick'em lobby, which is somebody going higher than a half yard. Must be over 18, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Promo code STAR. Go download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com.
It is awesome to be home. San Antonio invited me in and embraced me. This is a market that means the world to me. I hate that I've been gone so long, but man, it feels sweet to be back.
It's the Jim Rome Show, back in San Antonio. Weekdays at noon.
Hey, Jim Rome here.
Have a take, San Antonio, and certainly do not suck.
Wait, what? Ouch. Are you kidding?
It's the Jim Rome Show, weekdays at noon on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Yuengling, America's oldest brewery, has been making beer in America for 6 generations. And for nearly 200 years, we've been all about bringing the good times. By hand, by foot, by bike, by bikers, by fanny pack or jetpack, by whatever means necessary. With Yuengling Traditional Lager, good times taste even better. Yuengling, bring the goods.
Drink responsibly. Ever find yourself in a department store with a question, but you can't find anyone who actually works there, so you just wander? That's what it feels like when you call most banks. But at Frost, we have live customer service 24/7, so you can speak to a real human right when you call, every time you call. No phone tree, no bots, just help from a real human when you need it. It's about being there for you. It's about more than money. Frost Bank.
We're here with Jose of the Gomez Law Firm. Jose, tell us a little about what makes the Gomez Law Firm different from all the other law firms in our area.
You know, we pride ourselves as being an open line of communications. We don't have an automated service. You're not going to ever dial our phone number and get some robot on the other line. You're always going to get a person 24/7. Our principal office is here in San Antonio, and we don't only say principal office because our main office is here. We say it because, again, Mr. Gomez was born and raised here, practicing law here in San Antonio in his community for almost 50 years. There are not many attorneys that can say that. If you've been injured, if you've been involved in an accident, you've been involved in a car wreck, call the Gomez Law Firm. We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit joegomezlaw.com.
And remember, Gomez Law fights.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, did you know Vistaprint prints everything a small business needs? Like if a barbershop needs signage, we print outdoor signs, posters, and banners. Or if a ballet school needs merch,
1, 2,
we print tote bags, t-shirts, hoodies, hats. Or if a coffee shop needs a total refresh,
lattes for Mike?
Vistaprint designs logos and prints it on menus, mugs, paper bags, anything. Because with Vistaprint, the printabilities are endless. Print it all with 25% off for new customers with code NEW25 at Vistaprint.com.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut, 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas, 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana, visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland, visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia, or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts, or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Suck on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is the big news of the day concerning your San Antonio Spurs. Devin Vassell has agreed to a 5-year, $146 million contract extension. Well, it was media day today. Plenty of excitement surrounding Victor Wembanyama. He told us that, he's put on some weight. And the Texas Rangers kick off the playoffs tomorrow at Tampa Bay. Best of 3, first 2 in Tampa.
Throws back to that, intercepted. Deron Bland, call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Deron. Touchdown for Deron Bland.
We got an early one across the field, so I couldn't let him do that again. So. And then I seen an open field when I got the ball. I was like, nobody's catching me from here.
Pass out to the right, intercepted. Bland again. Bland again.
This is the War Room on the Blitz.
What the hell's going on out here?
Cowboys, Texans, Eagles, Niners, the NFC East. If they're playing for the Super Bowl, then you'll hear about them right here.
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs? You kidding me?
This is the War Room.
You want to crowd them?
then crown their ass.
On 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
They are who we thought they were.
Here's the Blitzes, Jason and Joe.
Monday Night Football tonight. We're walking you up to the start of the broadcast that you can listen to here on 94.1. Seahawks and Giants presented by Flight by Yingling. So we're going till 6:30. He is Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Out here at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location. That ice cold bucket of beer that was bought for us to, because they thought we got off at 6.
Yeah.
No, on Mondays we go long. We go long. Now tomorrow and Wednesday and maybe Thursday might be some early release because we got some baseball playoffs. Now, Tuesday tomorrow, 1:30, Rangers and Rays over on ESPN AM 1250. Then 6:30 will be the Marlins and Phillies. Here on 94.1 at 5:30, we'll have the D-backs and Brewers.
That'd be good.
You want baseball playoffs. We're going to have it on our two stations, 94.1 and AM 1250, and we will have Astros games during the playoffs. ESPN 1250, you're home for the MLB playoffs and the World Series.
Astros get it done. They did it in a fashion that I didn't think. I thought they would overtake Texas until this final series. All the Rangers had to do was split. That's all they had to do.
That's all they had to do.
That's all they had to do.
As an Astro fan and a Ranger fan, but more Astro fan, I saw a meme that said the Rangers had their best season in years. The Astros had their worst season in years. And the Astros still ended up as division champion.
Unbelievable. So now the Rangers have a very difficult 3-game series with the Tampa Bay Rays, with 2 of those out in Florida. So it's going to be tough for the Rangers to survive and move on.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun, as the baseball playoffs always are. But this is a football show.
It is.
Leading up to Monday Night Football. And I just saw one of those kind of stats that make you scratch your head.
Uh-oh.
I mean, this is bigger than yesterday's Cowboys beatdown of the Patriots was Bill Belichick's first loss. Even though Patrick Mahomes got the win last night, little Zach Wilson, becomes the first opposing quarterback to outperform Patrick Mahomes in college or the NFL. Now, Mahomes doesn't give a damn because he got the win. But Wilson is the only quarterback to ever have fewer interceptions, more completions, passing yards, and touchdown passes in a game against Mahomes in which Patrick was the starter.
Well, look, Zach Wilson played well last night. Patrick Mahomes did not. But his team got the win. The difference there is Zach Wilson fumbles the ball. Just a bonehead play. Just took his eye off of it. And Patrick Mahomes put the Kansas City Chiefs on his back and willed them to that victory.
Yeah, he had a couple of runs that were extremely impressive for big first downs. He showed some speed when he needed to. But he hit the brakes around the 1-yard line, which for
I loved it.
It was the right thing to do. But while some people, like the guy to my right on that slide,
I did.
Other people, it cost them dearly. The Chiefs they closed as an 8-point favorite over the Jets. They received overwhelming support from the betting public. An hour before kickoff, 91% of the bets and 84% of the money wagered on the game's point spread were on Kansas City at Caesars. BetMGM and DraftKings also reported heavy action on the Chiefs. Caesars said they took a $350,000 bet and a $240,000 bet on the Jets plus 8.5 on Sunday, yet still had lopsided action on the Chiefs.
Can you imagine walking up to a window or on your app and saying, I want $350,000 on this team? I mean, I would like to have the money to be able to do that.
Well, I think if you've got that kind of money, that was like the $20 or $5 or $3 or whatever the rest of us were betting on that game. I'm just curious what you saw that you thought the Jets would cover that 8.5 number.
Well, I actually had it at 9.5.
Which sounds even dumber.
Well, no, 9.5. I mean, yeah, no, that's great. I had a 3-team parlay. I had Jacksonville, Buffalo, and the Jets. I just thought the Jets would hang close. So I didn't think they'd win the game necessarily, but I thought they would hang close, which they ended up doing thanks to Patrick Mahomes, because he could have, they could have won that game by 10, and then I lose. So I'm happy that he slid right there on the 1 yard line. Look, for me, it was a little $25 parlay, but, I won $150 off of that.
Well, and then that's what you want. See, and I thought they'd end up winning that game by 10. I like the number at 8.5, but I don't like big spreads like that. It's like San Francisco. They had a big number on Arizona. Ultimately, they covered.
Yeah.
But it was that late touchdown that put them over at 35-16. Another one that I sweated for most of the afternoon was that Vikings-Panthers game. Because Vikings were 6.5, and for a long time they were trailing in that game, and then they finally got a touchdown. All right, this one feels pretty good. But there were some interesting games yesterday. Another one that worked in my favor. The Colts were 1.5-point favorites over the Rams, which I still am not sure how or why.
You took the Rams?
I took the Rams.
All right.
So, and they ended up winning 29-23, but they were dominating that game. And then the Rams come storming back in the fourth quarter to send that thing to overtime.
It's what, gambling on football is so much fun. I mean, it really is, because anything can happen. You don't know one day to the next. I mean, nobody thought that the Bills would just, destroy the Dolphins this week. I did, because I bet on them. I didn't think they destroyed them, but I thought they'd win that game.
Yeah,
but I mean, that just goes to show you that in the NFL it's so different from week to week that you just never know.
Well, and again, nobody saw 48-20 coming.
No.
And that game looked like it could end up being 51-48.
Yeah.
The way it started. But then you had turnovers, and then you had, but credit Buffalo's defense. I mean, that was an impressive showing. What I found most interesting about my football watching Sunday is because I got that new YouTube deal for football. And so I've got 4 games on one screen, and I'm just switching through on the audio. And then on the second TV that I have set up in the living room for football that I hope can become permanent, I had the red zone in another game. And just going through the audio, the commentary, it's just the storylines with the Dallas Cowboys. Chicken Little Sky is falling after their loss to Arizona. Everybody else that struggled yesterday, it's just one game in a long season.
Yeah.
They're going to bounce back.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys get more scrutiny than anybody, except maybe, I would say Dak Prescott gets more scrutiny than anybody, except for Zach Wilson. I mean, look, that Dak can handle it. Dak's going to rebound. He's going to make some plays. Zach Wilson, you just don't know. Every time he steps back, you don't know what's going to happen. And I feel bad for the kid. I mean, that New York media is just killing him. And then when he fumbled that ball, and you could hear him or see his lips move on the sideline saying, hey, I lost this game. It's my fault. And, I mean, I don't know how much that kid can take. You talk about developing thick skin, and they're going to keep throwing him out there. And he's either going to fish or have to cut bait with him.
Well,
it's crazy.
And it is. I mean, when you look at it and you think about, although he looked like, dare I say, an NFL-capable quarterback last night.
He sure did.
And I know, like, noted Jets fan Mike Greenberg has said repeatedly he does not look like an NFL quarterback. Last night, he played well. And it just goes to show. I mean, the NFL is built that way. They want their games to be competitive. Yesterday, there seemed to be a lot of blowouts. And it's going to be interesting tonight with the Seahawks and the Giants. The Giants will not have Saquon Barkley. He has officially been ruled out.
Well, that obviously hurts them. But again, you think about the Seahawks. They got to travel all the way across the country. How will that affect them? Will it? I don't know. We'll wait and see. They're a 2.5-point favorite, the Seahawks. They should win the game. Giants without Barkley, they should. But it's the NFL. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Giants pull out this victory tonight. Wouldn't surprise me at all, Jason.
It would me, to be honest. I think Seattle, outside of that first game, has been playing some really good football. They got blown out by the Rams, went on the road and beat Detroit. And then last week, score was only a 10-point game, 37-27, but they handled Carolina. And Geno Smith looks like he's getting into a bit of a rhythm. And the receivers they have with Lockett and Metcalf, their running game. But Seattle, I like their defense. And with no Saquon, Danny Dimes is going to have to use his arm, not just his legs, to be able to beat Seattle. This is where I think Pete Carroll and the level of coach he is, coaches his team to a victory. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. More on the Monday night game, more on the Cowboys as we continue here from Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar on Thousand Oaks.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Sunday, it's the Cowboys and Niners at 6 p.m.
4th and goal, man in motion left to right, inside, a play action, bootleg to the left, Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown, and he's fired up.
Presented by A. Best Bail Bonds, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, the Law Office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotics assessment in Walmart today, now in the foot care aisle.
For over a decade, SimpliSafe has revolutionized home security, and our latest advancement is here, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
America's Diamond offers our 5-year, 60-month financing program every day of the year. You don't have to wait for a sale to get 5-year financing with credit approval, or wait for a sale to get our guaranteed America's Diamond price, because we treat everyone fairly and with respect every day of the year. For almost 40 years, we have designed and created our extraordinary diamond jewelry right here in San Antonio. When you buy at America's Diamond, your money stays in San Antonio. Our whole company is locally owned. Our kids and grandkids go to school here. All 40 of our coworkers live and shop in San Antonio for everything. Through the years, America's Diamond has supported thousands of wonderful charity events in San Antonio. We're the official jeweler of the San Antonio Spurs and of the University of Texas at San Antonio Athletics. See our television program about diamonds and jewelry tonight on ABC KSAT 12 at 12:35 a.m. or see it right now at americasdiamond.com.
I'm Ebony Loren, and Febrez's new scent, Soothe and Restore, is so good I wrote a song about it.
I know just what I do. Febreze has my favorite scent. Makes the perfect environment. Sweet like sugar, smooth shea butter. What could be better than being with each other now? Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
2 times the healthy blood pressure support? That's a number to rave about. Thanks to Superbeats Heart Chew's unique 2X ingredient that helps promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone. Superbeats is America's #1 selling beet brand and the only #1 cardiologist, doctor, and pharmacist recommended beet brand for heart health support. A clinical study showed that the key ingredient in Superbeats Heart Chews is nearly 2 times more effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. And they're part of a brand with over 60,000 5-star ratings and reviews. So double your potential with a special offer exclusively for radio listeners. Get a free 30-day supply of Superbeats Heart Chews and 15% off your first order at getsuperbeats.com with code RADIO. That's a free 30-day supply and 15% off for radio listeners only at getsuperbeets.com, code RADIO.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe. And this is the War Room on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix out here at Slacker Sports and Arcade Bar, the Thousand Oaks location, our golf tournament after party. We've got a bucket of Flight by Yingling that just got set in front of us. We're just watching them continue to sit in that ice or another 10 minutes, then we get to party. We're not leaving, so you guys can still come over here and enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. Come out here with us, and still some prizes to give away. We're going to draw. It's like a golf bag sitting over there.
Golf bag that we're
I think we
give
got
away.
tickets to give away.
We do have tickets to give away.
So,
in fact, we've got tickets to give away right now if you want to dial up. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. A pair of tickets to see Shinedown, Papa Roach, and Spirit Box, October 9th at Freeman Coliseum. It's the Revolutions Live Tour. If you want them, be caller number 9 right now. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Caller number 9, those tickets are going to be yours.
Papa Roach
and Shinedown,
my new favorite band
that's been around for a long time. I can't believe you've just discovered Papa Roach.
Papa Roach,
and it's crazy that there's more talk about the opening band, the middle band, if you will, as opposed to the headliner in Shinedown.
What is Shinedown?
They're a rock band, dude. I'm not. You're gonna go, okay.
I mean, will I recognize their song?
Yes, you would. But we've got Everclear blasting on the jukebox behind us. So even if we tried to play some Shinedown right now,
we couldn't.
I don't know that you would be able to hear it.
Shinedown. So everybody's more excited about them than Papa Roach.
Well, Papa Roach.
Wow.
I think more people are talking about Papa Roach than they are
Roach.
Shinedown. Either way, it's going to be a great show on a Monday night out at Freeman Coliseum.
Now, what's the last time they had a rock show at Freeman Coliseum?
That is a great question.
I bet it's been a while.
It hasn't been that long because I'm trying to remember who we saw recently at Freeman Coliseum. And it was one of those older bands that you go, it might have been Scorpions that we saw out at Freeman Coliseum.
All right. Scorpion, huh?
Yeah, it was September 24th of 2022. It's so cool that you can go into your phone, open up your pictures, type in Freeman Coliseum, and it will bring up the date and the time. So we went and saw the Scorpions at Freeman about a year ago.
So how is that for a show? Is it still a pretty good venue?
Yeah, Freeman's great for smaller venue like that.
Wow.
It sounds great in there. They got plenty of bathrooms. They got plenty of beer. More importantly, if you're in the upper level, you're really not. So
that's true.
That's a good.
So you can buy some cheaper tickets.
It's a good smaller venue that I'm glad to see them getting shows, because I think there are some shows that would skip over because we still need that good 18,000 seat kind of outdoor amphitheater like what we used to have up I-35. where we saw Zach Brown.
Yeah.
You
really enjoyed that show too, by the way.
Dude, I sat through that whole thing, waiting until the last song, because it was the only one I knew when he started singing about chicken fry.
Dude, you loved it.
I did. I had a great time.
It's a great time.
That was a great time. Kind of like today's been a great time. And what made the golf tournament even better was the Dallas Cowboys coming off of the beatdown of the New England Patriots. When you look at a score like 38-3 against New England in any NFL game, I mean, the Browns scored 3 yesterday, but they were playing without their starting quarterback, and they don't have their starting running back. That was a fully functional New England team that has played everybody well up until that point. And I think you have to give the Cowboys defense a ton of credit for confusing Mac Jones and Bill O'Brien all afternoon.
I think so, too. You know what I was really surprised about yesterday on New England's part is that Zeke Elliott only got 6 carries.
Yeah.
I thought they would ride him because the game before he rushed for 80 yards on 16 carries. I really thought that they would ride Zeke a little bit harder than they did yesterday. I was surprised by that.
You know, although the Cowboys' game plan, build a lead, whether it's offense or defense, getting touchdowns, make the other team one-dimensional, and let those pass rushers tee up on a quarterback. And it was quickly out of hand for New England to stick with any kind of run game. Even though listening to the broadcast, Greg Olsen kept saying, they probably should still just try to run the ball.
Exactly.
Because at least you're on the field giving your defense a little bit of a break. That was a poorly coached game by Bill Belichick in that regard.
I've been trying to tell you, Belichick's overrated.
Well,
he's overrated.
Yeah,
I mean, the guy's overrated.
I mean,
he's going to go down as one of the greatest coaches in NFL history. I get all of that. But what the hell has he done since Tom Brady left?
I mean, what did Phil Jackson do without certain superstars? What has Pop done? I mean, all of them have losing records without him, but I think the marriage of a great coach and a great player is how you build dynasties. And, I think you look at film study, preparation, block kick that the Patriots had the other day, everybody's like, well, everybody's going to steal from the great Bill Belichick. And I think that's true. He is still one of the best minds in football, but without the right players, and he picks them. He picked Mac Jones. You look at it. All right, James, I don't know what you're saying there. Poorly coached, you mean the guy who tried to make a former DC and OC for a second? Yes, that guy. Yeah, that was not a good decision. But, Bill O'Brien.
Well, that guy looked like he was in over his head yesterday.
I think at that point you credit Dan Quinn and the Cowboys.
Maybe
defense.
so, but Bill O'Brien, come on. Talk about overrated.
Well,
that dude, he ruins Houston, and now what? New England, and maybe it's because they don't have the players, but their offense has been nothing spectacular since Bill O'Brien got over there.
Well, I mean, you look at what New England has done to this point in the season, right? And granted, I like that first game, everybody was wondering, all right, well, they hung with the Eagles, ended up losing 25-20. They lose to Miami 24-17. They beat the Jets 15-10 and then 38-3. I mean, the fact that they hung tough with Miami and Philadelphia kind of gave you thought that this was going to be a tougher game for the Dallas Cowboys, and the Cowboys just curb stomp them 38-3.
Well, especially when you look at that Dolphins game, and maybe the Dolphins aren't as, obviously, they beat somebody and they hang 70 on them. They're the greatest offense in the world. That's why I love the NFL. Team can be great one week and then a goat the next.
Well, I mean, and that's what they do,
and not a goat in a good way.
I'm with you. I think that maybe you need to go with a different farm animal, since you got to explain.
What else would there be?
I don't know.
A pig?
If you got ideas, at Joe Reinagel 210, at Jay Semenix on Twitter and X. And Greg Shelton keeps telling us, don't forget about the Texans yesterday. Their big-time win over the Pittsburgh Steelers.
2 in a row.
Look, I'm impressed. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the year. there's a lot more interest in this Texans team. And I think D'Amico Ryans is a big reason for that. C.J. Stroud was the right guy. He looks like he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
Am I surprised they've got 2 wins? Yes. Surprised they beat Pittsburgh? I picked Pittsburgh, but I'm not surprised because of Pittsburgh. But they surprised me. Last week's win over Jacksonville is the one that I think really you go, holy cow.
Jacksonville's a slow starting team, aren't they?
Yeah, well,
they really are.
They really are.
I don't know what to make of them. They beat the hell out of Atlanta.
Yeah, I don't know. Monday Night Football coming up next here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star, presented by Flight by Yingling. Kevin Harlan will be on the call as the Seattle Seahawks take on the New York Giants and the building that Taylor Swift was in yesterday.
Oh, boy.
27 million people watched for Taylor Swift cutaways last night. It's insane. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 2. Have a good night, everybody.
And on the SEC Network.